on the ground trying to help these victims at the hospital, and especially to clear out those crowds, because this is extremely concerning. Vijay wants to lead the state of Tamil Nadu, but such kind of irresponsible behavior that has been displayed on the part of TVK, especially the fact that this is not the first time a situation like this had occurred. Even in his past campaigns, there have been borderline risky situations, but TVK just going ahead with the campaign rally.
Well, absolutely. What you said is completely true. But what we are picking up from our sources is that we have not found any main TVK leader at the government hospital talking to people. They might also fear backlash because proper arrangements were not done, is what many people locally are saying. So TVK ideally should have asked people not to assemble in such huge gatherings. Even if they did, they could have requested the police to deploy more forces, because TVK will be responsible solely because they are the organizers of the event and they are the ones inviting people to watch Vijay speak on top of the bus. And if something untoward has happened, it should be responsible solely with the TVK as well, because initially, remember, the conditions put by the police also that anything untoward happens will be responsibility of the TVK party. Ideally, they should have had ambulances. We are yet to figure out if ambulances were there and how many were there. Was it enough to move all the people who fainted or lost their consciousness? That's the reason that we have seen people who could not get first aid immediately were rushed to the hospital much later and they've lost lives, is what we are told. The biggest fear is that the numbers could increase as we speak. Hopefully, as of now, it's just 5. It could reach double digit, is what we are told as we speak.
Nagarjun, DMK has gone to the extent to say that this is what happens when you're a weekend politician. People come here to get a glimpse of the star Vijay and not of the politician Vijay. And Vijay still is not being taken seriously as a politician, because as a politician, you're supposed to meet people on a day-to-day basis, not make an appearance once during the weekend. This is what happens, is what the DMK is stating.
That's absolutely true. In fact, DMK has called out TVK that people are coming in large numbers to see the actor Vijay, not the Neta Vijay. One has to agree that in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks that Vijay has been campaigning in districts, he has been getting large crowds, few thousands of people, almost touching 1 lakh, if not more, in few districts where people have been thronging to just get a glimpse of their favorite actor Vijay and chief at this point of time. But Vijay and his party should have taken much more responsibilities, what many critics on social media also are calling out. When Vijay saw the Stampede-like situation, when the crowd started moving and swaying together, that's when the TVK members or the leaders there on the bus should have stopped the speech and asked the crowd not to move, not to push each other, and maybe ask the police locally to help them to ensure the law and order situation would be panic. People started moving in all places. Few people also fainted because of dehydration, is what we are told, and Vijay at certain moment asked people to distribute water so that they don't feel dehydrated. To such an extent, the crowd had gathered to just see their favorite actor Vijay and the Neta Vijay. Vijay had been attacking DMK since this morning about how DMK and BJP are together internally and they're helping each other, and was directly attacking the government today. And now the government and the DMK party has hit back at Vijay, saying that people only come to watch him as an actor but not as a Neta. But the moral responsibility of taking care of the crowd should have been with TVK initially.
And the other allegation that TVK has been making of how the DMK government ensures that his party is not accorded due permissions to be able to carry the rally. Okay, Nagarjun, I want to come to you. Latest details coming in that more than 20 people are feared dead. We are, of course, waiting for that official confirmation from the DMK government on this, but over 20 people could have died in this campaign that was led. They're critically injured and they're receiving treatment. Nagarjun, what's the latest you're picking up?
Well, absolutely. We just got confirmation that 20 are feared dead, and it may raise further. It might reach up to 25 if we are getting the right numbers. Initially, we were told from the government hospital that it is 5. Now we have got a confirmation that 20 are feared dead in the Stampede-like situation that occurred, or the stampede that occurred in Karur district. In 20 such people who came to see their Neta. One thing is common, Swarsha. People come to the place to show their love to their actor, show their love to the Neta, but it is of the sole responsibility of the party which is organizing. In the last 2 weeks, we have seen how Vijay has been completely getting people closer to the bus, and when he addresses the media and the people, thousands of people just stand there and look at him and watch him on top of the bus. Ideally, they should have taken much more precaution, and the humidity in Tamil Nadu was too high. The sun is beating down from the sky, and people got dehydrated, people lost consciousness, people fainted, and ambulances were in place, but maybe not enough to move everyone. And the first aid is very crucial. Now, Sendil Balaji, Minister with the DMK government, Anbil Mahesh, who is the neighboring minister in Tirchi, has been told to rush to the government hospital in Karur district as we speak. The Chief Minister has spoken to all of them, including the district officials, to ensure timely treatment is given to people who are in critical stage at this point of time.
Nagarjun, stay on. Akshita is also joining us on the broadcast. Akshita, this is extremely heartbreaking. Sheer negligence and irresponsibility that may have led to the loss of more than 20 lives.
Absolutely unfortunate news coming in. Many would argue, Suesha, that this was a tragedy waiting to happen. Just simply looking at the kind of crowds that have been gathering for TVK Chief Vijay's rallies. This one in Karur saw thousands at least. Looking at the kind of images that are coming in, it's clear that there were at least thousands of people who gathered. Now, what we're understanding, and obviously the situation is still developing at this point, so we're still tracking what's happening. Over 20 feared dead at this point. There are a lot of people, particularly children, who are in a hospital, in the general hospital in Karur. So we're hoping and keeping our fingers crossed that they're doing okay and that their condition gets better. But we're hearing it's not good because many people have been critically injured, and in this kind of a stampede-like situation, inevitably, it's just that, the crowds are coming together in such large numbers that there's no space. People get trampled upon, as heartbreaking as it sounds, just because of the sheer numbers and inevitably because of the lack of preparation for those numbers. There are people who die of asphyxiation because they just choked through those kind of crowds. So at this point, the number could be over 20 is what we're hearing. We're still waiting for official confirmation from the CMO on this. Chief Minister Stalin has confirmed he's tracking the situation very, very closely. But there are several questions that will be asked here that we deserve answers to, Suesha. We will ask those questions, but for now, it's important to track what's happening very, very closely on the ground. There were multiple appeals being put out by Vijay also while he was atop that bus, asking people to allow the ambulances to go through. But there's no space. These are small roads where people are jam-packed together. Where do they go? It only leads to more chaos when they try to move aside, which is what also has happened. What we hear is that the stampede, those particular reports started trickling in. Then there was chaos as people started moving about, trying to find some sort of information. There was no water. Water bottles weren't being distributed in adequate numbers to people. And so because of the hot weather, the humid weather in Tamil Nadu at this time, the situation only worsened. It's heartbreaking to even think of what people there had to go through. But on your screens, you're getting just a glimpse, a sense really of the kind of numbers that had gathered at this particular rally in Karur. It's been like this ever since Vijay started his rallies 2 weeks ago, Suesha. There have been restrictions, but clearly not enough at this point. And that's why we saw this kind of chaos unfold. Like I said, we're hoping and praying for good news coming in from that hospital, that those who are critically injured get okay. But it's not looking good at the moment. Unfortunately, what we're hearing from our sources in Karur right now is that over 20 people are feared dead. But like I said, we're still awaiting that confirmation from the government.
Oh yes, absolutely, Akshita. In fact, our colleague Pramod, who was talking to us a short while ago, giving us all the latest updates coming in, said that he's faced something similar at one of these rallies that he was covering. And people stand for hours together to get a glimpse of Vijay. No arrangements, adequate arrangements in terms of water, food, ambulances, crowd management, enough security that has been put into place even in the past rallies. Despite that, the TVK has gone ahead to conduct one campaign after the other.
Well, honestly, at this point, Suesha, I don't know. Looking at the situation, I don't know who to point fingers at. I'm angry, yes, and disappointed to see something like this has happened, especially seeing the crowds, knowing this was going to be the situation. This is a tragedy waiting to happen. But who do I point fingers at? I don't know. Is it the administration? Did they not ensure adequate arrangements? Is it the TVK who didn't hold back and follow the regulations that are put in place? It's too early to tell, honestly, who to point fingers at. But the current situation as is, you know what Pramod was telling us, and I remember speaking to him about this, the kind of crowds that gather at these rallies in Trichy, Namakkal, it's chaos. You know, these are youngsters who want to catch a glimpse of Vijay. They gather in large numbers. There's no space to move. And, you know, you and I have tracked political rallies. We know what it's like. In Tamil Nadu, it takes a whole new dimension because of the craze that there is for these superstars, for these politicians who inevitably become superstars as well. So for someone like Vijay, who's just entered into the political arena, for many people, it's an opportunity for them to see their superstar in the flesh. And that's what brings a lot of youngsters out there. In this particular case, also in Karur, what we're hearing is that it's youngsters who are unfortunately in hospital, who've been hospitalized, a lot of kids who were there. Imagine the crowds that you see on your screens right now, thousands of them. And amid that, a 9-year-old girl. She had no chance. She stood no chance. I mean, there's no way she could have gotten out to safety if she was lost and moved away from her family. And that's the unfortunate reality, that there were so many little children in those crowds who would have found it impossible to navigate if the crowds were moving left or right and they were trying to find their family members. There were appeals being made by Vijay repeatedly where he kept saying, listen to all of the people who've gathered, move aside, let the ambulances come through. That was another key challenge, which is that, you know, these ambulances that are on standby, which is the norm for all of these rallies, that you have immediately these ambulances on standby, they couldn't come right through to the point where this stampede-like situation actually broke out. It took time for them to make it through because the crowds had nowhere to move across. So you tend to question whether there was a need for greater regulation, greater checks maybe.
Akshita, Nagarjun Dwarkanath is also joining us live at the moment. Nagarjun, if you could quickly get us the latest details that you're picking up, especially from the hospital, of the DMK ministers who are present there, of what the doctors are saying, because unfortunate news of how over 20 are feared dead. What is the latest? Nagarjun.
The Health Minister, Mas Subramaniam, has reached the hospital, Karur District Government Hospital, is what we are told at this point of time. Anbil Mahesh, who's the Education Minister, is in the neighboring district of Tirchi. He's rushing to the hospital. The Chief Minister has spoken to both the Minister to rush to the hospital because they were closest to this hospital, is what we are told. In fact, sources within the Health Ministry are saying that the casualties have risen to 20 and they fear that it can go up to 25 is what we are told. The visuals that we are seeing, thousands and thousands of people like every Saturday have come here to see Vijay, actor Vijay and the Neta Vijay. But we know how the crowd mentality works. When this happens, it's a very dynamic situation. People started to move and then panic struck and everyone just went in every direction. And that's when the stampede happened, is what we are getting initial information. The number was 5 initially and now it's risen to 20 people casualties, and Chief Minister himself has said that worrying news is coming in from Karur district and this shouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, such incidents has occurred. On June 4th, we saw RCB incident in Bangalore, Suesha. 11 people had lost their life, and now few months later, nothing seems to have changed from the local administration and the people who are responsible in organizing such events. 20 people feared dead in Karur district, few more to increase. As we speak, the district officials are at the government hospital to ensure that people who are in critical stage get the right treatment, because that's the crucial time to save lives. The DC himself is there. The SP Superintendent of Police of Karur district has reached the location. We are seeing the visuals, how people were rushed in ambulances, and we still don't know if the number of ambulances at the spot was enough to carry everyone. And that's the reason maybe there were more casualties as we speak. Remember when Vijay approached initially all the district officials, the government had given certain criteria and protocols that the TVK party will have to follow, that anything that happens untoward within that rally point, TVK will be solely responsible because they are the ones organizing the event. Now the DMK has already started to attack the TVK party, saying that their netas are solely responsible for this because people came to see actor Vijay and not Neta Vijay, and he's getting huge crowds in the last 2 weeks. But today's episode, the sole responsibility lies with Vijay, is what they are saying. But however, social critics on social media are pointing fingers at the local administration also. When local police knew that thousands of people would come to see Vijay, Why was there not adequate measures? Of course, these are all hindsight talks that people are doing, but now reports are that 20 people are feared dead, and Chief Minister himself might go to Karur tomorrow, is what we are picking up from the sources within the CM office.
Right, Nagarjan, do stay on. I want to bring in Akshita again if she continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Akshita, Chief Minister Stalin may go to the hospital to visit, to take stock of the situation, and unfortunately I know too early on, because we are really hoping that those people are safe. But blame game that has already begun, because TVK had been levelling these allegations in the past, saying that they are not given permission on purpose to conduct their rallies. And today the DMK says that this is the reason why the police, why the administration was not doing so, because all these factors had to be taken into account to ensure people are safe, but the TVK did not act responsibly.
I think both sides are to blame, quite honestly, Suesha. At no point can the administration say that, look, we had warned this would happen. It's the job of the administration to ensure adequate preps. It's the job of the administration to ensure ambulances are there, the police is there. You can't stop a political leader from going out and meeting the people. It's your responsibility to ensure it's a safe environment so that a political leader can actually go out there. At the same time, I also think that Vijay also, with the kind of fanfare that has been happening, should have been perhaps a little more careful, should have pulled back, should have ensured regulations were followed. I don't think it's been followed in this case. There were clear limitations on the crowds that could gather. There were clear limitations on the timing. Doesn't look like any of that was followed. But of course, in the next 24 hours, as more details trickle in, we should know whether that's confirmed or not. So to me, right now, both sides are to blame. And at no point can the administration, the DMK government actually say, look, we told you so. It's the job of the government to ensure the safety of the people. It's the job of the government to ensure a safe environment where political rallies can happen safely. No political leader can be told, look, you can't go out there because it could create a stampede-like situation. That simply doesn't cut it. So as much as we're going to see a political blame game, I think here on India Today, we will seek answers from every side on what led to this kind of tragedy. No one's going to be allowed to get off the hook here and point fingers at the other. There will be accountability sought from all the right authorities, and they will have to answer as to why something like this could even happen. Vijay is a superstar. We knew he's going to attract crowds. Vijay is someone who attracts young crowds. So we knew youngsters are going to be there. Little children are going to be there. Why were adequate preps not done on ground? And if it was, and if there were regulations in place, were they actually followed? We will be asking those questions. But right now, as you can see in all of those images, just look at those crowds, Suesha. Unbelievable, really, that, in a rally where you had Vijay atop a bus, you had hundreds and thousands of people all gathered around that bus. And what was essentially happening, which we've seen in these rallies before, is that these people start pushing from behind, trying to get closer and closer to Vijay, who's atop that bus. Not just catch a glimpse of him, but be as close to him as possible. Which is why Vijay also, from atop that bus, was constantly making appeals to people, saying, pass out water bottles. How will you reach every single person when there are thousands out there? How will you ensure water reaches everyone? How will you ensure adequate help reaches, let alone medical help here? Because there's also footage that shows, how ambulances are struggling to steer through that particular crowd. There was nowhere for people to move. So, it's a nightmare to even think of what those so many fans have gone through right now in that particular situation. Many of them will still be reeling through the situation, how it unfolded. We still don't know at this point if it was actually a stampede. We're still waiting for those details from the government, which is why we're referring to it as a stampede-like situation, because the exact chronology of what happened is something we're yet to establish. But from what Pramod has told us, from his sources on the ground in Karur, is that there was news that trickled in that a 9-year-old girl is missing. Her family started frantically looking for her, and then people started looking around them. That's when they realized that, look, the situation is not under control. There were women, young children, all fainting because of the weather, because of the crowds. There's no way you can breathe in those kind of crowds. There's no place you can move. You're essentially steered by the crowd. So even if there's a tragedy that's taken place, there's no way you can even alert authorities that, look, something like this has happened. That's the worst kind of situation really to be in right now.
Right.
So yes, questions will be asked on lapses, rightfully so, but I think from all sides.
In fact, Akshita, the pictures are speaking for themselves of what may have happened during those critical moments of how so many people had gathered there as some of the victims who were taken to the hospital and the kind of damage that occurred on the ground. Anagha is also joining us on the broadcast with further details of what she's picking up from her sources inside the hospital, especially in terms of how they're being treated. We are still waiting for an official confirmation on the death toll, but like we are picking up from our sources, more than 20 people who are feared dead. And the pictures, like I said, are speaking for themselves. Look at the kind of crowds, of the suffocation that people may have gone through at that time, of how one person was literally rubbing against the other, given such huge crowds that had gathered. Vijay was on top of that truck, on top of that bus as he was leading that roadshow, and everybody trying to catch a glimpse of superstar Vijay, of Neta Vijay. And we see the kind of politics that is already happening, that is already escalating, but right now, at the moment, hoping that people recover, they're safe. Anagha, I believe, is back with us. Anagha, if you can quickly tell us where you're standing, what you're picking up from your sources, especially from the hospital, any statement from the TVK, go ahead.
That we are seeing in from Karur. In fact, a lot of people have been admitted in the government hospital. 20 we fear have died in this particular stampede-like situation. In fact, I just had a word with one of the Karur cops. They are saying that they are on their way to the government hospital to really take stock of how many people are injured, how many people have fainted, how many people have died. We're still officially waiting for a count as to how many people have lost their lives in this very unfortunate situation that has happened. We believe there was also an ambulance trying to make way, and Vijay on his campaign vehicle was urging his fans and supporters to make way. But it's a very shameful situation that we are seeing in this, despite the fact that Tamil Nadu police were aware of how of the kind of frenzy that Vijay has got. Despite that, we believe insufficient measures were taken by Tamil Nadu police, and we fear that the numbers that we're talking about at the moment will only go up from now. People are receiving treatment at the government hospital. We believe Chief Minister M.K. Stalin will also visit Karur tomorrow to take stock of the situation. Meanwhile, ministers from his cabinet, Health Minister Ma Subramaniam and former minister and his close aide Sendil Balaji are already on their way to Karur to really take stock of what has happened in this particular stampede-like situation. Remember, we're still waiting for an official announcement. We still don't know what exactly the cause for these deaths were, but looking at these deadly visuals, we can really infer, that there was huge crowd that has gathered just to take a glimpse of actor turned Neta Vijay, which has resulted in this unfortunate series death.
Anagha, more details coming in of how one thing led to the other and the situation worsened. We are picking up from our sources that after hospitalization of several persons, the police had to resort to lathi charge in Karur to drive away many of those people, to drive away the crowds who had gathered there to witness Vijay's rally. In fact, a letter that says that they're expecting 10,000 people, whereas 50,000 people actually gathered in that space, which may have been about 1.2 lakh square feet. And that is how the crowds swelled up. Anagha, what more are you picking up on this?
Well, that's right. In fact, we believe that lakhs of people had gathered in Karur just to take a glimpse of Vijay, and that's when police have resorted to lathi charge in order to disperse this particular situation. We believe that even lathi charge was insufficient, leading to the deaths of so many people in Karur. We're also being able to access a letter which says that TVK had reportedly told Karur police that only 10,000 people would gather. But, we're still waiting a confirmation from TVK on that front. But this letter really looks like it is from the TVK, where it has promised the police department that they're expecting only 10,000. Very unbelievable as to the kind of crowd that Vijay manages to pull off. Nobody would believe that Vijay can only gather 10,000 people. There were lakhs of people. If we take a look at that, at those deadly visuals, you can easily infer that the crowd was uncontrollable. They were running in lakhs just to see a glimpse of actor turned Neta Vijay. which has resulted in this unfortunate death. We're still waiting a confirmation as to the exact death toll. We believe that this will go up from now onwards.
Oh yes, and more political reactions coming in. The latest one from EPS, who said that it is shocking and heartbreaking to what has happened in Karur. Anaga, I want to thank you because I understand you have to go to get further information on the latest. But Akshita, I want to come to you to get your assessment of the situation, especially with regards to this letter, because the letter apparently stated that 10,000 people are expected. But Anargha herself is saying that a man like Vijay commands huge crowds. And how could one possibly shortchange that to say that only 10,000 people would turn up, because more than 50,000 people turned up, and that is how one thing led to the other. And most importantly, how the police had to resort to lathi charge, this despite the fact that people were already suffering there, many of them falling, feeling suffocated and being taken to the hospital.
You know, the fact is that Vijay is a big crowd puller. It's no surprise. I don't know why the authorities, or for that matter, the TVK, didn't see this coming. It's no surprise that huge crowds were gathered. Why wasn't there adequate steps taken that see our preparations are for 10,000 people? Beyond that, nobody is going to be allowed in that particular area. That ideally should have been done. What inevitably happens in these kind of events is that from morning, people start gathering there, and there's no check of the numbers. People are allowed to trickle in as long as they can. So everyone's just squished into one particular location without any head count of, this is the limit we have. This is the kind of preps we've taken on ground. Let's stop it there. That hasn't happened. Even for the TVK to say 10,000 people will come is absolutely ridiculous and preposterous. It means that they were willing to say, look, whatever the consequences, circumstances, we'll deal with it. Let the crowds come, irrespective of what that means. And that's heartbreaking. That's negligence at its highest level right there. So I blame both sides. The TVK on one hand for ignoring the fact that, look, if crowds are going to surge, it will lead to consequences. It looks like they just thought bigger numbers, bigger the popularity, greater the headline, and that's all we care about. As far as the administration goes, why was there no crowd control measures in place? Why was there no attempt to control and restrict the number of people who gathered at these rallies? Why was there no attempt to ensure adequate medical help, adequate, drinking
Akshita, I'm
water?
sorry, I'm having to interrupt you here, but Mr. Sarvanan from the DMK is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Sarvanan, your thoughts on what has happened so far? Okay, I'm being told, Akshita, he's live with us, and in case you also want to talk to him, please do come in. But Mr. Sarvanan, your take on what has happened so far?
See, this is heartbreaking. It's unbelievable that 31 people are dead. Only to have a glimpse of their star, this has happened. And 3 children, out of which 3 children. And who's responsible? See, this is a deliberate attempt, deliberate ploy used by them, used by the organizers of this rally and Mr. Vijay. In Vijay's Twitter account, they said it's at 8:45. 8:45, please everybody assemble. And he starts from Chennai at 9 a.m. And he goes there after 6 hours. They were waiting in the hot sun for how long? 6 hours. And from there, he goes to the next place where 6 hours. Again, they were made to wait from 12 p.m. up to 7 p.m. until now the tragedy is unfolded. Why? Why this deliberate ploy? Deliberate delay? This deliberate delay is for silly drone shots of people standing. That is the reason why this has happened.
No, Mr. Sarvanan, your anger is understandable. I think each one of us are feeling that anger right now.
Yes.
And I agree that, the TVK has to answer questions. But, sir, also, does the administration here have to answer some questions on crowd control?
What question you are asking? What question? I don't understand.
Let me ask the question.
No, I saw you speaking. I'll answer that. I saw you speaking. I'll answer that. I'll answer. See, what happened? Anchors like you, are you afraid of TVK? Why are you not giving permission to TVK?
Mr. Sarvanan, please.
Just a moment. Allow me to speak. Go ahead. Yeah. So, what were you saying? TVK is such a huge force. The DMK is trying to scuttle TVK. How? By imposing conditions. The police is imposing conditions. You are not giving them a free ride. That is the reason. You are afraid. This is the constant refrain from Delhi to Tamil Nadu in TV studios. And what did the police do? They said, we will not grant you permission to go there. These are the conditions. And you say 10,000 people are coming and the conditions are imposed. Why have they not followed? Why the organizers have not taken any measures to follow these conditions? That is what is important. And where is Mr. Vijay? Where is he hiding? Where is he hiding now? He is culpable. He is responsible for this 31 deaths.
Mr. Saravanan, can I ask my question now?
Yes,
I
please.
agreed with you that the TVK is very much answerable for what's happened here. My question is also very clear. You said that, there are so many questions about why restrictions, but restrictions were placed, yes? There were clearly steps taken by the administration saying this could happen. There were restrictions placed. Was any of that followed? Did the administration do it to ensure there was adequate crowd control measures? If 10,000 people were allowed, was it stopped at 10,000 or were more there?
See, imagine 10,000 people and he deliberately delays. If he has come out at 8:45 a.m. as promised by him, there only would have been 10,000 people or less than that. But he wanted to create eyeballs.
So why is he being allowed to do it? Mr. Saravanan, why was he allowed to do it? Why did the administration say 10,000?
What could we do? What will Akshita say? If it is stalled, DMK is afraid. They are cancelled the rally of Mr. Vijay. In a democracy, it doesn't happen that way.
Mr. Saravanan,
in a democracy, it doesn't happen that way.
I agree with you. I agree that very much the rally should happen. You can't stop a political leader from holding a rally. My point is, what stops the administration from allowing for the people?
See, 8:45 a.m.
You have to create restrictions, sir.
Yes,
that is the idea. If you put rules in place, who will ensure the rules are followed?
Yes, we have put rules in place. 10,000 people are supposed to come. At 8:45 a.m. only 10,000 people were there. If he is not coming there at 8:45 a.m., whose responsibility is this?
When so at 8:45 p.m. the administration puts their hands up. At 8:45 p.m. the administration puts their hands up.
We are not putting our hands up. We are not putting our hands up. This is a direct fallout of the stupidity of the TVK and Mr. Vijay. He is responsible for this. Nobody else could be held responsible for this. He was enjoying this. Last 3 weeks, this is what was happening. And everybody said, oh, Vijay is giving spectacular crowds. So many people. Yes. But if he had exercised self-restraint, if he had understood human lives are more important than eyeballs, this would not have happened. And to top of all that, our ministers are there at ground zero. Mr. Sendil Balaji, Mr. Vijay, what Mr. Sendil Balaji? Mr. Sendil Balaji is there on ground zero. He is the one who is overlooking relief measures. The health minister is there. Mr. Anbil Mahesh is going to be there. The top cop is going to be there. The chief minister is monitoring the situation minute by minute. The first priority right now is this, to ensure that all the injured get proper treatment.
No, that's heartening to know. And I must agree that the DMK's response has been extremely swift. You've got ministers on the ground there, Mr. Senthil Balaji, tracking the situation. And we will ask that question. Where is Vijay right now? Where is he right now? Why isn't he there meeting with those injured or tracking, for that matter, the current situation? You could argue that it will lead to a further security situation, but he should be active right now. Why is there no statement that's coming from the TVK about what's happened? We will ask those questions as well, Suesha.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Akshita and Mr. Saravanan, please do stay on. We are tracking every development very closely, but parallelly keeping an eye on what is happening at the UNGA, where Dr. S. Jaishankar is also set to speak. Before that starts, Akshita, again, also wanting to get that official confirmation from Mr. Saravanan on the death toll. We understand that an official statement has not been released, but it could really be more than 20 people who've lost their lives at this rally. And like you rightly said, Akshita, that, both the DMK and the TVK need to give answers. DMK, of course, being in the government, handling the administration, the cops who gave permission, and the fact that 6 hours, like Mr. Saravanan is stating, that people were standing there. But why is it that Vijay also chose to make an appearance despite knowing that the crowds are much larger than what they had expected?
Look, Suesha, looking at the current situation, the question that will be asked is, how will the crowds allowed to swell up? The DMK is saying it's because Vijay constantly on purpose turns up late so that the crowd swells up further, they get agitated, they get impatient. and then there's this huge surge the moment he appears. Having said that, if he didn't turn up also, it would have perhaps led to violence. It could have led to crowds getting restless and then resorting to violence. At this kind of a time, in this kind of a situation, I don't know what the ideal response should have been. And perhaps precautionary steps of adequate advisories, the TVK also taking those steps to be responsible about the crowds that would gather would have helped. There's no doubt about that. Right now, you look at the situation in these hospitals, there are people being rushed in ambulances because till now, and it's been a couple of hours since really what has happened, we still don't know the scale of the tragedy. We still don't know the exact number of deaths because there are still people who are being rushed right now to ambulances. So just wrap that around your head, that hours since the rally, ambulances are still moving back and forth. And that tells you the kind of crowds, the numbers that had gathered, and why it was virtually impossible for ambulances to make it all the way inside. It's very, very clear, and 100% we can establish that there have been lapses. I think every person in Tamil Nadu right now is seething with anger that something like this has happened, because Tamil Nadu is not known for this. Tamil Nadu is not known for chaos like this, because the administration, the police usually does a top-notch job of controlling crowds at political rallies, because we see this often. As a reporter, when I've been on the ground at so many of these rallies, I've seen huge crowds. And you'd constantly wonder, how is it that the administration is ensuring that this is completely controlled? So it's unfortunate that we're seeing something like this happen. But let's be very, very clear here that this is a result of lapses, that this is the result of crowds being allowed to gather. And the fact that there was no controlling any of these crowds. And the fact that, we have news that's come in that's established that with cops having to resort to lathi charge to actually bring things under control tells you that it had completely gone out of the police's control at this point, which is why you saw chaos break out. And so there are, at this point, lapses that must be addressed from both sides here, from the administration and from the TVK. Mind you, and I'd like to highlight this, you've got statements that are coming from Chief Minister Stalin. You've got a statement that's coming from Edappadi Palaniswamy of the AIADMK. Not a single statement that's coming from Vijay. The TVK chief should have ideally spoken out by now, should have ideally put out a statement condemning what's happened, explaining to the people what's happened. Because for obvious reasons, there are going to be questions asked of him and of the TVK on whether they were responsible and how they carried out this particular rally. It's one thing to grab eyeballs and get crowds, but also to ensure you adequately, responsibly do that.
Oh yes, absolutely, Akshata. And needless to say, this is going to be a huge dent on Vijay's political career. We don't know what way that pans out. But for the moment, I'd also like to introduce Tamilisai Soundararajan joining us on the broadcast. Please do share your first thoughts over how the situation is panning out. People are angry, we ask questions, but this is not the time for blame game. This is the time to look out for all those people who have unfortunately lost their lives in this very tragic incident.
Whole Tamil Nadu is in grief. We are very disheartened. This is very disheartening to know the incidents. Very painful. But even though that should not be a blame game, but I pray for the wellness of the other people injured, and the number should not increase. That is my prayers. But this is not the first time Vijay is going for a campaign. Each and every time when he goes, he draws a huge crowd, and they ask police permission, and they give the route, and they give the plan of their program. And what the police was doing? It is the sole responsibility of the police. They should have predicted the crowd. They should predicted the outcome.
Ms. Soundararajan, I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm having to interrupt you here, but breaking news just coming in. DMK minister has said that 33 people have lost their lives in this tragic incident. The death toll that has risen to 33, and an official confirmation coming in from DMK minister who said that 33 people have lost their lives in this tragedy. Remember, many others who are still at the hospital. They are in a critical condition. And the situation is still being gauged at this point as those crowds are being cleared, as many of them who've been injured and people are being rushed to the hospital. But extremely unfortunate, 33 people have lost their lives in this tragedy. Over to you, Ms. Soundararajan.
So first, immediately the doctors actually specialized should be depicted to that area, and the duty of the professional should increase, and the medical aid and help should be increased. So first of all, we pray for that, and we appeal the government at least to act now. So that more people are getting treated and they come away from the injured status. But this type of, even there was an air show in the Marina Beach, the same type of stampede happened. And I'm really, because when they gave permission, they should have predicted such a very poor management of the crowd. And the crowd was unmanageable.
Ma'am, what you're saying is something we addressed with the DMK about, whether there was adequate steps being taken by the police. But having said that, while yes, there are lapses clearly by the police here, by the administration, surely the TVK also must be held accountable, ma'am. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that. I am not telling that the TVK is not responsible. Today morning also in one of the interview I told, he is planning his campaign only on Saturdays, that is on weekend days, and it will draw huge crowd. So each and every campaign, more number of crowd is reported, and he also should be very careful in predict, because for 5-6 days just keeping away, and on the Saturdays, that weekend, during the holidays, particularly these 2 days are holidays. So he will prepare. So he also should be responsible, and it's very unfortunate. He has not uttered a. We are all feeling very bad. We are really we are crying. But where is the voice from him?
I'll just, Samarajan, just stay with me. I'll also tell you what Prime Minister Modi now has said. He's in fact just put out a post on social media on this particular tragedy in Karur. Prime Minister Modi referring to it as an unfortunate incident. This is the first statement that's coming from Prime Minister Modi, where he's expressed his condolences also over the tragedy that's played out in Karur. I'll just read out for you exactly what Prime Minister Modi has put. He's taken to social media platform X to issue a statement right now. And in that particular statement, Prime Minister Modi has said, and I quote, "The unfortunate incident during a political rally in Karur of Tamil Nadu is deeply saddening. My thoughts are with the families who've lost their loved ones, wishing strength to them in this difficult time, praying for a swift recovery to all those injured." So this is the statement from Prime Minister Modi. I'll read it out for our viewers again. "The unfortunate incident during a political rally in Karur, Tamil Nadu is deeply saddening. My thoughts are with the families who've lost their loved ones, wishing strength to them in this difficult time, praying for a swift recovery to all those injured." So that's the message, Suesha, that's coming from Prime Minister Modi.
And Akshita, do stay on. Maria is also joining us live on the broadcast. Maria, that statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoling the deaths. Unfortunate that 33 people have lost their lives in this tragedy, and the death toll that could be higher.
That's right. Of course, a very, very unfortunate incident which happened during a political rally, and TVK rally to be specific here. The Prime Minister, of course, saying that he wishes strength to the families of those who lost their lives, and is praying for swift recovery to all those injured. We can expect some calls to, go from perhaps the Prime Minister, who could speak to the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and similar such movements could happen in the next few hours, because this is a developing situation. The death toll figures have gone up significantly, and the number of those injured is high as well. But, it does raise a lot of questions with regards to the protocols which are to be put in place whenever there are huge public gatherings of this nature. So in this particular case, certainly questions will be asked to the TVK. Did they follow those protocols? But for the moment, what we can tell our viewers is that the Prime Minister has put out a tweet in which he has said that his thoughts are with the families of those who lost their loved ones.
Oh yes, Maria, absolutely, and keeping a very close eye on all the developments coming in. Akshita, I want to come back to you. Of course, the larger question being that when will we finally learn our lesson, because crowd management has been an issue, and despite the fact that several such tragedies have occurred, it still continues. As far as Vijay's rally is concerned, like you rightly started with that very point, that this was a tragedy probably waiting to happen, given the fact that risky situations have occurred even in the previous rallies, but enough heed was not paid, norms were not adhered to, and 33 lives lost.
That's right, Suesha. There were clearly lessons to learn from the last few rallies that had happened, but none of them were clearly learned, which is why something like this has even happened. You know, this is the third weekend that we've seen Vijay actually going ahead and holding these kind of rallies. This time was in Karur and in Namakkal. Now, in each of these rallies, there were huge crowds that had gathered. In each of these rallies, there was a stampede-like situation that had happened, in the sense that you had crowds gathering, you had women, little children fainting, falling unconscious in these rallies. That's something that my colleague Pramod has also spoken about, because he's attended several of these rallies. For reporters too, it was extremely unsafe. So you can only imagine for the people who had gathered there. And the problem is that in each one of these events, people who are seeing Vijay don't just look at him as a politician. They're looking at him as a superstar who, they've watched in their movies. And so this is a chance for them to see him, meet him in the flesh. So they constantly push closer and closer to get toward his bus. You will remember that in the weeks running up to that particular event, to Vijay launching these campaigns, there were a number of restrictions put in place on the TVK rallies with regards to the number of people, where it can happen, how it will happen, the kind of provisions that will be made, how long Vijay can speak. Clearly, I don't know if any of it was followed. It definitely doesn't look like it, at least in Karur, because of the sheer numbers that are gathered there. There were over 30 restrictions put in place, including things like no loudspeakers, that Vijay won't come in a massive convoy, that he has only a certain amount of time that he can speak. I don't know if there's even a question of any of that being followed, because Vijay turned up so late at this particular event. So there were restrictions in place. The bigger challenge is, and the question is, were any of those followed? Or was, things just going on because the first two events, the first 2 days, there were no incidents that had happened. It was only stampede-like situations that had happened, an almost situation. And so things were lax at this particular location, which is why you had so many crowds. We understand 50,000. Can you even imagine that, Suesha? This isn't a planned rally at a stage.
Right.
It's not one of those events. It's a roadside rally that saw nearly 50,000 people.
In fact, Akshita, it's being said that those crowds could be much larger, and we are trying to get the exact details. But before I come to you, Pramod, I quickly want to go back to Ms. Tamilisai Soundararajan, especially with the allegation that the attack that the DMK had levelled against Vijay, calling him a weekend politician. And to this day, as the story was developing, we had several DMK voices who went on to say that this is what happens when you hold weekend rallies, because the job of a neta is to connect to people on a day-to-day basis. But Vijay is far from a neta. He's riding on his superstar success, superstar power, and that is why people come to catch a glimpse of him more as a superstar, less as a neta, and that speaks of how his political career is shaping up. What are your thoughts on it?
No, already we also appealed that he should not take a single day, because sitting all the other days in the home and one day, that too he is a popular star, and more people will be motivated to come to his rallies, but particularly the weekend. But whatever may be the situation, a leader can plan his campaign in any way. But what is the responsibility of the state government? State government should take all the responsibilities. They cannot just wash their hands. They cannot blame the leader or the actor. Whatever may be the situation, during the air show in the marina, 5 people died because of stampede. At that time, CM was watching the air show. So it's the sole responsibility of the state government. The DMK cannot wash their hands, cannot blame we also feel that Vijay should not take only one day campaign, because people are more fascinated and it draws more crowd. But why this is happening? This is the response. They are ruling. This is the responsibility of the ruling government. It's the responsibility of the chief minister to monitor the crowd, to manage the crowd, to predict the crowd. And apart from this, there should have been some more ambulances parked there, because they are predicting more crowd. This is not the first time Vijay is going for campaign. He's almost third time he is going for the weekend campaign. So they should predict it. They know Karur, they know the geography and they know the social setup in Karur. Why didn't they do that? So it is the highly irresponsible answer from the comment from the DMK.
All right.
Highly irresponsible.
All right. I quickly want to bring in my colleague Pramod, who's been speaking to his sources, gathering all the details ever since the news first came in. In fact, BJP questioning both the DMK and the TVK over what has happened. But Pramod, the inside details coming in from the hospital at this point, just a short while ago, confirmation on the death toll standing at 33 as of now. But, Anagha and our other colleagues also saying that this could be higher given the fact that the story is still developing. People are still being taken to the hospital. There are several who are injured. What's the latest you're picking up?
Well, Susha, it's very unfortunate that we have now got the confirmation that the death toll has come to 31. And just like others mentioned, it will actually rise. And it is because several other people are critical and more people are also admitted to close by private hospitals and such. And this particular number was given by the Karur MLA, Sindhil Balaji, who had visited the hospital. And we also got heartbreaking visuals of mother, sitting next to a child who's completely unconscious and she's begging and pleading to take care of her. So the situation is extremely bad in Karur Government Hospital where the officials are presently at there. In fact, this situation is as bad that the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is expected to leave for Karur tomorrow morning to go and see what is happening over there. So on one side, we are not politicians, but from the ground, you have seen a lot of rallies, and I've seen been part of a lot of rallies, and definitely everyone's supposed to be blamed this because the statement, the letter we got from the Karur TVK district officials, they claim that the permission is for 10,000.
Pramod, I'm sorry, I'm having to interrupt you here, but Mr. Arun Mehru, DMK MP, is with us on the broadcast at this point. Mr. Arun, 31 people have lost their lives. I want to know from you what and how you're monitoring the situation at the hospital, because DMK ministers who are present there, MK Stalin, who is set to visit the hospital tomorrow, what more details can you share at this point?
Madam, good evening. So irrespective of any of the politics that is being played here, madam, our heart and soul goes to the lives that were lost unnecessarily, madam. So I think the situation on the ground is unwarranted, and it's such a tragedy that all of us from the department, all of us from the government, all of us are rushed to Karur to see what help can be offered. Honorable Chief Minister as well, all secretaries related to, take the car tonight, right now, to leave. In fact, we are on the way to Karur also. So we are doing, all that is needed to rehabilitate. But on the situation, the news that is coming there, and from the people who are there on the ground, we feel, and we hope not. I pray that the number doesn't increase, but unfortunately, that is not the case on the ground. So it's a very grim situation. In spite of all the, the law and order requests that was put across to the organizers, I think the stampede is a reason of the failure to follow certain rules. Because I don't want to do politics at the moment. This is not fair to do politics. We are with the people, and we are there to offer all help, irrespective of wherever they are coming from.
Sir, but will the DMK also take responsibility? Because fact remains that TVK certainly needs to come out and own up to what has happened, but permission that was also granted. Now, where the lapses are, we are still trying to track how many people were supposed to be there, how many people landed up there, what was the police, and in how much strength really. But DMK also responsible for what has happened.
Madam, let's put this certain point straight across, madam. If certain people want to pull politics for this unfortunate incident, I think they are wrongly mistaken about, Honorable CM's intentions here. Right now, if you really want to point fingers, it's not the right time to do it, madam. But let me make one thing very clear. Even in the last two rallies, there was saying by the organizers on the mic itself that the police have been restraining them across, whereas people are trying to come. I think they have proven this, the fear of the police of such an event, unfortunately right in such a case here. Now, police have been asking them to organize well, to put in more volunteers to move and to, avoid certain routes, move in a certain type of direction. I think all of this was left to air because of, the euphoria that they felt. So for now, talking politics is not the right thing.
Okay.
It's not the ethical to do
Sir, I
right
want
now.
to draw your attention to the situation at hand. We are getting more details of how DMK has directed more doctors on duty. They're coming from other districts as well. 31 people have lost their lives, including women and children. And DMK also having gone to private hospitals, instructing them to treat people and not ask them for money. Can you confirm the same?
Yes, ma'am. So, in fact, most of the ministers have been asked to go to Karur right now, and in two of them, the health minister and the local MLA, Mr. Sendil Balaji, and one, I'm also on the way to Karur, madam. I should reach in some time. So, we are always on the ground. Even if there's any financial help, the government is ready to do.
Right.
So, please go to the hospitals. Even if anyone that needs help, please let us know. We'll be ready to help.
Okay. Mr. Arun Nehru, I want to thank you for speaking to India Today. I also want to bring in Vanati Srinivasan, National President, BJP Mahila Morcha. Vanati Srinivasan, extremely tragic to what has happened. 31 people have been confirmed dead, but this death code that could be way higher. I'm not too sure if Ms. Srinivasan is still with us, so we'll try and reconnect that line with her. But Akshita, I want to come back to you on the latest updates coming in, because the DMK is saying that this is not the time to politicize. This is the time to be there for the people who are unfortunately struggling. The situation is still developing, and doctors that are being mobilized from the other districts as well to ensure that there is enough help that is being lent to the people, and no money should be asked, is what they say. Will provide every possible help. What more are you picking up, Akshita?
No, we appreciate that message. I think the need of the hour is for that kind of messaging to come in from the government, that they're doing everything they can to currently help those who's injured. That is number one priority. Let's be very clear about that, Suesha. For the administration, for all of us who are currently covering this tragedy as well, to ensure adequate help reaches all of those and to keep tracking the current situation. And while questions are being asked of the DMK, I think what Mr. Arun Nehru did there in his conversation with you was very, very important. He said this is not the time for a political blame game, which we all agree with. It's more of a question of really seeking accountability and ensuring that corrective measures are also taken, that we don't see something like this happen again. You rightly pointed out that we see far too many such tragedies happen in the country. And in Tamil Nadu, recently, this was in fact some time ago, that we did see an incident happen in Chennai of an air show that saw huge crowds coming together. And even then, there were questions asked of the administration in which the messaging was clear that lessons were learned. Clearly, it hasn't been. Vijay is a huge, huge crowd puller. There was no surprise there. It was known he would bring these kind of massive numbers together. But having said that, while we ask those questions, seek accountability from the authorities, we are also tracking very closely the rescue and relief work. And on that front, I must say the administration has been extremely prompt, which is the need of the hour. We're seeing members of parliament, we're seeing MLAs, ministers, all currently at the Karur GH, the General Hospital, tracking all efforts that are underway and providing all necessary medical help to those who've been injured. Over 31 have died. And unfortunately, Suesha, I hate to break this to our viewers, but we could see that number actually going up in the next few hours, because we understand that there are scores more who are still critically injured, who are in a critical condition and in the hospital right now. And amid that kind of a situation right now, it's a little unpredictable of what really the condition of these patients are. It's heartbreaking also for us to remind our viewers that many of these people who are in the hospital, many who've died, are little children who had come with their families to be a part of this rally, to catch a glimpse of Vijay, got lost in the crowd. In most circumstances of this kind of a stampede, they get lost in the crowd, they're unable to navigate through these crowds, and they go below. Essentially, they get trampled
Extremely
upon.
unfortunate, Akshita. And we are trying to get as many political reactions as possible. Mr. Kovai Satyan is now with us on the broadcast. What do you make of what has happened so far?
Our prayers, but it is totally unfortunate. But the scenes that is unfolding looks like the government machinery, particularly the government hospital, is struggling at this time of crisis and emergency. You don't have pediatric doctors. I'm not sure about the number of available beds that is already exceeded. The ICU count is already exceeded. 47 is what the count that says that require ICU, but how many are admitted in the ICU itself, we are not aware. And the numbers of casualties that is there from the private hospital is still not known. Everything is circling around the government hospital where everybody is rushing to, where there are no doctors. So nearby doctors in the nearby districts are rushing is what the government missionary says. It clearly exposes how ill-equipped this government missionary is there to handle this time of crisis and emergency. Very unfortunate even. Very unfortunate.
Yes, extremely unfortunate, and given the fact that as far as Vijay is concerned, political attacks that were mounted against the DMK, against the AIDMK, against the BJP, but really wanting to understand from you how you gauge and who all should be held accountable as far as this tragedy is concerned, because 31 people have already been reported dead and the death toll that could be higher.
The onus and responsibility certainly lies with TVK and Vijay. See, the SOP is that before hosting a rally, you have to seek permission from the administration, and you will give a count of the people who are likely to attend the event, based on which the location is decided, and all the other standard operating procedures then follow. But here, looks like they are given a place where there is no access for an emergency exit. Ambulance struggled to come inside. And by the time people could react what actually is happening, things went out of control. The next help has to come from the government, because people are rushing to the government hospital where there is no amenities to handle this crisis. So the ruler DMK and TVK are equally responsible for this fiasco. We certainly can't blame the ruling government DMK. It is their responsibility. Both are equally responsible. They should have planned it better.
All right, Mr. Kovai Satyan, yes, I want to thank you for speaking to India Today. I want to take this particular point that you mentioned to my colleague Akshita, especially in terms of the medical apparatus not being adequate enough to be able to handle a crisis like this, Akshita. So while the DMK says that we are trying to mobilize doctors, we are trying to get them from private hospitals, from other districts, trying to tell doctors do not ask for money, just treat people at this point, AIDMK also questioning the fact that the reality on the ground seems to be far from what the DMK is projecting it as, because people are not receiving enough medical help.
We're actually awaiting confirmation of whether there are patients who are still in need of medical help. From the information that we have, Suesha, it is that people are being rushed right now to one hospital, which is the Karur General Hospital, and all efforts are being made to ensure adequate medical resources reach that one location. You know, you've got the DMK ministers right now who reached that location there and are trying to ensure that everyone gets the necessary medical help. The challenge and the delay was largely in the part of the ambulances actually reaching the people in time. The fact that you had so many men, women, children all lying there, you know, struggling for breath, many unconscious who had fallen and fainted on that road, and the fact that ambulances couldn't actually get to them in time, that itself would have unfortunately led to many of those deaths in the 31 that we're reporting in right now. The fact that we didn't see timely medical aid reaching them, and that is the heartbreaking tragedy of it, that because of the crowds, it was impossible for ambulances to make their way through. Were there adequate number of ambulances actually placed at the rally location, as is the norm? That's something we will ask questions of, and hopefully in the coming hours, we will have answers of whether the administration ensured there were adequate ambulances on ground, because there were little children there struggling to breathe who didn't get the necessary medical help immediately. It took about an hour or so for us to just get a sense of how serious the situation was, and for these people to actually make it to a hospital, which is why Vijay, standing atop that bus, also started appealing to people saying, let the ambulances through, let the ambulances through. Let me highlight here that in the last many weeks, the TVK, the AIADMK have been alleging that ambulances are being sent through their rallies intentionally to break up their rallies. Now what we're seeing...
Akshita, the latest response coming in from Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who said that he's deeply hurt by the Karur tragedy and sending out heartfelt condolences to those who've lost their loved ones in this tragedy. Back-to-back responses coming in, Akshita. Extremely painful to what has happened and what we witness as part of these pictures. But, you know, Akshita, even as you continue talking to us, the stories that could be much more horrific, and quickly taking our viewers through that latest a post that has been put out by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who says that deeply pained by the tragic loss of lives in a stampede in Karur in Tamil Nadu, my heartfelt condolences to the families of the deceased. I pray to the Almighty to give them the strength to bear this grief and for the speedy recovery of the injured. Akshata, I want to come back to you because every possible help that they say that is being extended, but the stories that could be much more horrific than what we are gauging at this point, Akshata, of the number of children who may be separated from their families at this point, of the number of people who may be injured that include women and children, of course those who are not being able to get the ICU because of the lack of beds and its availability. And really the level of the damage of how bad the situation is going to unfold through the night tomorrow to know how bad it has been.
Truly, the actual scale of the tragedy is something as heartbreaking as it sounds. We will know only perhaps by tomorrow, because from the information that we have from our reporters, from our team in Karur, is that there are many who are still in a critical condition, many injured who remain at the hospital. So the actual scale of the tragedy, despite already 31 deaths being confirmed, Suesha, just wrap our heads around that. 31 deaths from just attending a political rally. That number could actually climb up. It breaks our heart to report that, but that is the unfortunate reality of what's playing out in Karur district of Tamil Nadu. Now, besides that, you were right to point out that even at this point, there's chaos in the district. Why do I say that? There are so many families right now who've been broken apart, not able to get a sense of where their loved ones are. There are some who are in the hospital, who hospital authorities are still trying to get details of their identity as well, trying to connect them with their families, those who've been injured, those unfortunately who also passed away. And that is part and parcel, unfortunately, of a tragedy like this, that there are so many families who will never go back to how they were a few hours ago, who've lost loved ones, who've been separated from their loved ones. And just imagine the sheer panic that so many of these families who went with little children will be undergoing right now, trying to figure out if their little child is safe, if their little child is in a hospital, what is the current situation. That really is the heartbreaking nature of this kind of a stampede that we've witnessed. If any, and you've done it, I've done it, Suesha, when we've been on the ground and reported on these tragedies, that is the most heartbreaking moment. When you see a family, when you see a father or mother come to terms with the fact that they've lost their child in this kind of a tragedy, simply from attending an event, from a political rally, from thinking that they get a chance to just see their superstar. And as we put out each of those reactions, can I just highlight here, Suesha, that, we're putting out reactions that are coming in statements on social media. There's been no statement yet from Vijay. There's been not a word that's been uttered by him on the current situation. 31 deaths have been confirmed. What is he waiting for? Why hasn't he issued a statement? Why hasn't he condemned what's happened at this rally? Why hasn't he explained to his fans, to his supporters about why something like this happened? Because there are questions that the TVK, that Vijay must answer. And the reality is that there's been no statement from him. We can't expect him at this point. And I know there will be questions asked, why isn't he at the hospital? Look at the security situation there, which is understandable. It doesn't help to have him in the hospital in this kind of a time, because that will mean a whole lot of security apparatus to be set up. But what is stopping the TVK from issuing a statement right now, giving details of what happened, or at least issuing a statement that they are with the families of these victims? It's unfortunate that we have not seen a word being uttered so far from the TVK chief, from Vijay. This has happened at his event. This has happened with people who came there in such large numbers to shower love upon him, to show their love for him. These were his supporters. And yet there's not been a single statement. That, to me, is extremely unfortunate.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And, Akshata, this will be the biggest dent that Tamil Nadu has seen ahead of the polls. Not just for Vijay, not just for his political career, but literally for every politician, to the kind of tragedy that has occurred and what people are having to go through in Karur. And imagine in the middle of all this, Akshata, when, the police had to resort to lathi charge to clear those crowds at a time people were already feeling suffocated, already needed to get out of there, didn't have water, didn't know how to breathe, some of them probably under the crowds. just how critical those moments are, and really what is right, what is wrong, what is the right thing to do. Just how difficult it must have been for everyone out there, Akshita.
I mean, it's heartbreaking to even imagine what they've gone through. And, you know, the images that you see right now, it speaks volumes of what happened. That people, you see these pictures, you know, of slippers strewn all around. That tells you the true scale of a tragedy, of the chaos, essentially, that would have broken out. That people, you know, leaving all of their belongings, just simply try to get away, try to get to a point of safety. But when you have such crowds that have gathered, and just look at those pictures on your screens, you don't see an inch of space, Suesha. You don't see an inch of a place where anyone could have moved. And despite that, there are vans actually going into that crowd. There are vans wading further in, leading to, chaos. Where do these people move? There was no place for them to move back or front. Wherever the crowd kept moving, they kept moving. So imagine someone who trips in that crowd, you fall to the ground, and then, which is what happens inevitably in a stampede. And we're sorry to be as graphic as we are right now with those details, but this is what viewers should know about what a stampede looks like. And the inhumane manner in which it plays out. The fact is that, you know, you'll see a little child falling and nobody has the bandwidth to even pick up that child because there's no space. That's the kind of, you know, crowds that gather there. Whichever way the crowd is swayed, everyone has to move in that direction. And very often, little children are the first casualties in a stampede because there's no way to locate them. There's no way to pull them up to safety. They fall down. They're trampled upon. And we apologize for being as graphic as we are right now. But that is the reality of what a stampede looks like. And that is the reality of what failure by an administration to control crowds looks like. 31 people have died as a result of something like this happening at a rally that was meant to be for people to come together and just look at their superstar in action, look at their favorite actor in action, hear what he has to say. How did it take such an ugly, tragic, disastrous turn? And these are answers people grieving and otherwise will be seeking. For the people of Tamil Nadu, today is a dark, dark chapter, one they didn't see coming. And yet many would argue that this was a tragedy waiting to happen at Vijay's rally, looking at what happened in the last few weekends. And if Pramod is with us, he can describe that for us. He's covered many of these rallies, Suesha. And I remember him telling me that one of those rallies that he went to, he was shocked by, you know, what was happening.
Right.
By not just the crowds that had gathered, but the fact that there was nothing to be done. You know, people were out there on their own with no help.
Akshita, in fact, more breaking news coming in. Let's quickly tell our viewers of the latest information we've received. 33 people have died. Senthil Banerjee, Tamil Nadu minister, has confirmed this. He said these 33 people that include women and children. Chief Minister Stalin is expected to go to Karur tomorrow to the hospital. And all in all, we understand so far 33 is the official death toll that has been confirmed. This casualty count that is likely to rise because many of those people who are still critically injured, over 20 who are still receiving treatment. Meanwhile, we understand that Chief Minister Stalin, who's tracking every development very closely, and the first pictures of Vijay that have come in after that stampede. We are playing out those first pictures of Vijay right after the stampede. This even as we continue to question why there has been no statement from Vijay so far, no statement from the TVK so far. Vijay and those first pictures, Akshita, if you can confirm for me, was it at the airport? Is he leaving? What more are you picking up, Akshita?
This is the airport, that's right. This is from the airport and this is in Karur. Essentially, looking at the current situation, maybe we're going to, of course, get that confirmation, but maybe the administration advised Vijay to leave immediately. There's been no statement that's come in right now from Vijay, but on our screens are the first images that have come in right now of the TVK chief. You can see the media attempting to speak to him. Vijay refuses. And that is the first image there of Vijay right after the Karur rally, where he was, and you know, nobody can argue that Vijay didn't know what was happening. He was appealing on stage there. He was appealing from atop that particular bus, saying, stop this, let water go around, everyone help in finding him. So it looks like, and we'll get a confirmation from our reporters, but it looks like these are images from the airport. And Vijay seems to be leaving from that particular location, maybe on the advice of the administration, Suesha.
Several questions to this too, and Akshita, let me bring in Pramod. He's back with us on the broadcast. Pramod, are those pictures coming in from the airport? Has Vijay left from Karur, Trichy to be precise? Was that his cavalcade? Was he advised to leave, or was it his independent decision? What are you picking up?
Please excuse the audio. I'm on my way to Chennai airport because Vijay has left from Trichy airport. That is, he has reached Karur to Trichy by road. And from there, he has left to Trichy airport, and he went today morning on a chartered flight. He's expected to return on chartered flight as well. Gate number 6 in the Chennai airport, and the reporters from there clearly told us that they tried to ask him questions, but Vijay did not respond to it. In fact, by this time, he should have known the situation over there because his officials around him should have definitely informed what has happened. And, Sendil Balaji has also spoken over it, and the death toll is 31. So it was expected that Vijay would say at least something, but he did not say over there. We are not sure if he will speak at Chennai airport or not, but we are still going to try, Suesha.
Pramod, the extreme disappointment as far as Vijay is concerned, because first he arrived late, and the fact that not a single statement has been released by him or the TVK, the fact that he chose to leave, he was at the Trichy airport. Now, whether that was on someone's advice or whether that was an independent decision that he took, and even as this tragedy continues to unfold, not a single statement from Vijay all throughout.
Very unfortunate because at this moment Vijay is not an actor anymore. He is a neta.
Yes.
And he wanted to change the state of Tamil Nadu, make it better, which means there are certain things he needs to follow himself, principles and such. And such a huge tragedy has occurred in a place where he was campaigning, which means the orders actually falls on TVK only, and we got information that permission was requested for 10,000 people, but we can clearly see that it was the crowd is lax over there. So, getting permission for such a small crowd and getting this much of complete lapse, and definitely TVK will have to take responsibility for the matter. However, just like you mentioned, as a Neta, it is the responsibility of Vijay to talk on this issue. We are not sure why he didn't go to the hospital, probably to avoid any untoward incident over there, because earlier, during the spurious liquor death in Cuddalore, when Vijay went over there, a large crowd gathered at the spot. So the people are still mad, and he is a cult leader actually, which has been proven right now, and probably that is the reason he was not asked to go to the hospital. At least he could have given us a statement in the airport saying that it's a huge tragedy or something as such, but he has not made that so far, and he cannot accept the fact that he was not, because like I said earlier, he's no longer an actor, but a Neta for the state of Tamil Nadu who wants to define Tamil Nadu's future.
Right, Pramod, I understand you're out there trying to get more information on this developing story, but Akshita, I want to come to you on this because this is hugely going to backfire against Vijay, something that is not going to go down well with the people of Tamil Nadu. Fact is that, again I say, first there was a 6-hour delay and the crowd swelled up in that much time. Question already being asked is, why is it that Vijay went there when the crowds were so out of control? After that, all of this happened. He was seeking help from the cops. He was trying to throw bottles of water. He did gauge that the situation was not looking good. And now that he's decided to leave from Trichy, whether on someone's advice, whether a decision that he's taken, and not a single word from him.
It's bizarre, it's irresponsible, it's unfortunate. I think everyone seeing that footage is outraged right now. Look, maybe the administration, and I understand if Vijay is not there at the hospital because it would lead to chaos. But what stopped him from issuing a statement? What stopped him from getting out of his car and speaking to the media there, saying that what's happened is condemnable? I will help the victims in every way that I can. If you don't want to speak to the media, what stops you from taking to social media and putting out a statement? This reeks of insensitivity. Let's not, mince our words here, Suesha. This reeks of insensitivity from Vijay. It's happened at his rally. These are his fans who gathered to catch a glimpse of him. He can't claim to be ignorant of a stampede-like situation because he was right there. He saw it play out firsthand. He was speaking to the crowd, saying, distribute water, clear the way, let the ambulances come through. So if he knew what was happening, what stopped him right now from issuing a statement? We will give him the benefit of doubt that he couldn't be there on site because he is a superstar. He will keep in mind the security situation. But surely you can utter a word of condolence, a message of condemnation of what's happened. There are questions being asked about lapses right now. There are questions being asked about whether this could have been avoided. These are men, women, children who loved Vijay, who came there to be a part of the Vijay show. And so he owes them an answer. He owes them at least a message of condolence that what's happened is unfortunate. Today, Vijay and his response, or a lack of it, has been a complete letdown. Ideally, he's driven from Karur to Trichy. At Trichy, where you had the media present, he should have issued a statement or at least take to social media answer. Even his party, the TVK, hasn't put out a statement so far. They're the first ones to jump on any political issue political attacks, which they're free to do. But the fact that when a tragedy has happened at their own event and questions are being asked of them, why have they not answered? Why has Vijay not even gone ahead and said, I'm sorry for what's happened at this event. My heart breaks for those who've died. 31 people have died, for God's sake. And there's not been a single statement that's come in from Vijay. You know, Pramod made a point that now he's a politician. I would say, forget politician, forget superstar, forget actor, forget whatever you are. Be human right now. The fact that 31 people have died is no joke. There are serious questions being asked right now, and Vijay, as someone who was a part of that rally, is answerable for what's happened.
Right. Akshita, I believe pictures also coming in of MK Stalin, who is now leaving for that site. He is going to the hospital, are the details we are receiving, and those are the pictures that also came in of how MK Stalin, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, will now make his way to Karur, to that hospital where the victims are receiving treatment. Unfortunately, 31 people have lost their lives, but Chief Minister MK Stalin, who is now on his way to Karur. Earlier details were coming in, Akshita, of how he is to visit Karur tomorrow, but he may have preponed those plans, and details coming in of how he is now rushing to the site, and this as Vijay has left from that site. I also want to bring in Anagha to get us further details on MK Stalin's plans next. Anagha.
Yes, Risha, what we're hearing is that tomorrow the Chief Minister is going to be at Karur to take stock of the situation. At the moment, we also have the Health Minister, Ma Subramaniam, who is on his way to Karur. Apart from that, we also have the close aide of MK Stalin, Sendil Balaji, who is also a former minister who has been deployed to take stock of the situation. The kind of visuals that we're witnessing at the moment, truly devastating and truly heartbreaking visuals that we can see over there. Women, children and elderly who were there to just take a glimpse of actor turned Neta Vijay have died at the spot. In fact, what we're also learning is that the death toll is likely to go up, but at the moment what we're hearing is that 33 people have lost their lives in that stampede-like situation. Chief Minister Stalin is also expected to address on this particular devastating incident that has happened. But what we're learning is that the leaders from the opposition, Edappadi Palaniswamy, has also cancelled his tomorrow's tour on account of this devastating incident that has happened. We also have Kamal Hassan, who has tweeted on this particular issue, including the Member of Parliament, Kanimuri, as well. All of them have expressed their condolences to the families of those who have lost their lives in this absolutely devastating incident. But what makes this even more shocking is that the police, the Tamil Nadu police, were aware of what was going to happen. The fact that Vijay has the capacity to pull out the kind of crowd, that he can. We believe that people had gathered in lakhs of numbers, but despite that, there was utter failure of the administration to sort of control the crowd that has come there to just take a glimpse of actor Neta Vijay, which just shows the kind of failure that we are looking at the moment on part of Tamil Nadu Police Department.
Oh yes, absolutely. And multiple levels of failure there. Anagha, if one were to really talk, I want to take this back to Akshita, because Akshita, what does one possibly say at this point of how these politicians have failed their own people? And really, it was a test of politician Vijay. It is one thing to level political attacks. It is one thing to say and throw political jargons at people, but this is the time that people really needed him. This is the time when it was that moment that he should have stood up, but he did not. And in fact, you'd be able to correct me if I'm wrong, Akshita, but the distance, the driving time between Karur to Trichy airport is more than an hour and a half. The police knew, Vijay knew, everybody knows, but how they have reacted is the question.
Yep, it's about an hour and a half, Suesha. A drive for Vijay, of course, there would be much lesser courtesy. His VIP convoy, which I'm sure was very much intact in place for his return back to Trichy, for his chartered flight back to Chennai, everything going as he planned. It's almost as if a tragedy didn't happen, because this was his original plan to head back to Chennai right after these long rallies. But, maybe it's because of the security that he was advised not to go immediately to the hospital. Fine. But the images that we're showing on our screens right now, heartbreaking. From the hospital, to see women breaking down, crying, sobbing, seeking any emotional support they can. So many bodies being taken in stretchers in the general hospital. The hospital right now overflowing, dealing with that burden of so many injured people. And amid all of that, one missing element remains. Vijay, there's no statement from him. He's not bothered to even issue a message to all of those crying women, families who've lost their loved ones as a result of attending his rally. Sure, you can point fingers, you can pin the blame on the administration, which I have no doubt the TVK will do perfectly, as the DMK is doing with the TVK. But the unfortunate reality is that Vijay has to answer, and he hasn't yet. Look, even if at this point he weren't to go into the lapses or speak about what happened, what led to it, because maybe he's not in a situation yet and he's still getting into details of what happened or how this kind of a tragedy happened. What stops Vijay from putting out a touching, humane statement about what's played out at his rally, about what he's feeling right now? What stops him from issuing a message of condolence, sitting on a high horse on a pedestal, acting like a superstar, acting like he's above all of this? That simply won't cut it. This is a tragedy that's happened at his event. This is a tragedy that's happened, whoever is responsible for the lapses, at an event where people came to see him. These are his fans, his supporters. So surely it's just basic decency right now to expect a message from Vijay where he's condemning what's happened, where he sends out a message of solidarity with all those poor families, just to show them that, look, I'm standing with you at this very, very difficult grieving time. And, when these kind of statements, the basic necessity that you would think in this kind of a time doesn't come in, it kind of leads you to realize, Suesha, that, these people who are in power perhaps are very distanced from what's happening, are very distanced from what people are undergoing, people are suffering. Vijay, ironically enough, in his rallies today, spoke about how even the basic needs of men, women, children aren't taken care of. But when a tragedy plays out at your own rally, where are you? Where is your statement? Where's your empathy? Where are your messages of solidarity, a message of condolence? Contrast that to how the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has responded, lapse or no lapse. I think the way the administration has responded to this tragedy has been very, very proactive. The need of the hour is to be proactive, to be sensitive to the needs of the people, to be sensitive to their emotions. All of that has been found lacking right now. 2 hours and counting, Suesha. 2 hours we've been reporting on this news break. For 2 hours, you've been getting us every single update of what's been happening. And the last 2 hours, there's not been one word that's been uttered by Vijay.
And the one thing he's given out very clearly, Akshita, that he has panicked in the midst of all this, far from how a politician and especially a man aspiring to be the topmost leader of Tamil Nadu should have really reacted. Even when we talk about the multiple levels of failure, Akshita, Anagha is saying that the police has failed the people of Karur, the people of Tamil Nadu, the DMK, TVK, Vijay, of course, of what has happened today. And we really see who has stood where today, because the AIDMK and the BJP blaming both DMK and TVK, not a single word from Vijay, not a single word from TVK. Like you rightly said, that the DMK has sprung to action as far as how to respond to a situation like this is concerned, while there could be questions on whether this rally should have been allowed in the first place and where the DMK has a role there, and of course to how the cops have dealt with this entire situation.
That's right. So many questions that need to be answered right now. And I think nobody can be let off the hook. Very clearly, Suesha, these questions must be answered by the authorities. The need of the hour, yes, is to focus on rescue, relief efforts, ensuring adequate medical aid. But having said that, we're not going to shy away from asking those questions of why this kind of a tragedy happened in the first place. Who was responsible? Was it Vijay? We don't know yet. Vijay, of course, is silent, as I mentioned. He is now at the Trichy airport, back on his chartered flight, headed back to Chennai. Unlikely that he's going to be issuing any statement in Chennai either, because he's not known to have ever interacted with the media, which is fine. You choose not to interact with the media. What is social media there for? What stopped you from issuing a statement on social media? Whether there was a lapse on the part of TVK, on the part of Vijay, that's something that we will seek answers for. Because remember that even the letter that we've accessed says 10,000 people. Look at those crowds. That's easily about 10,000. We're putting that and pegging it at about 50,000 is what we're being told. So that's the number that actually turned up. So there are questions on that front from the TVK. As far as the cops are concerned.
Right. Akshita, more breaking news coming in. Let's quickly bring that for our viewers. The Union Home Ministry has sought a report from the Tamil Nadu government on the Tamil Nadu Stampede case. This is the latest that has just come in, and a report that will have to be submitted to the Union Home Ministry on what had transpired through this rally that led to such a massive tragedy. Akshita.
Okay, so the MHA now stepping in. This is protocol, of course, Suesha, that they will be looking at what kind of security lapses took place. The MHA also will be looking into whether there's a need for upgrading security at each of these rallies, at these events. So there will be a detailed investigation into what's really happened, which is the need of the hour, because that's exactly what we were discussing about the lapses, who's responsible, where really were the loopholes that led to something like this happening. The fact that we've seen 31 deaths and unfortunately counting, that's something that every single authority official will be taking very, very seriously right now, Suesha, which is why the MHA has also stepped in now, seeking a report from the Tamil Nadu government. Right now, the Tamil Nadu government and Chief Minister Stalin, we had his images earlier. He's just arrived at the Tamil Nadu Secretariat for a meeting to discuss the current situation. He will be in touch constantly with the local administration in Karur as well, getting a sense of what's currently happening. So that's something that's happening right now with the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister tracking, taking stock of the situation. Tomorrow he's going to be in Karur. So the Tamil Nadu government also is tracking very closely all the updates that are coming in. But now the police administration and the police apparatus in Karur and in Tamil Nadu, the top cops, will have to also go ahead and give answers to the government about what went wrong. And that inevitably will also go up to the MHA.
Oh yes, absolutely, Akshita. And the other big question, of course, continues to revolve around Vijay, to when that first response will come, what that first response will entail, when will he reach Chennai, in how much time, what time will he choose to respond, and of course the big question about his political career and his future, given how he has acted through this tragedy.
That's right. No answers yet from Vijay, and his response, or the lack of it, has left us seriously wanting. Vijay was someone who gathers these huge crowds, and there will be a question mark on the fate of the rest of his political rallies as well, whether that will be allowed to happen, looking at what's happened in Karur. And, we've been speaking about this, Suesha, that this was perhaps a tragedy waiting to happen. The unfortunate reality is that no lessons were learned, looking at the massive crowds that had gathered in, let's say, a Trichy, which saw a sea of people. And you look at those images, it's shocking to say the least, that in what's essentially a road rally, right? Because this isn't one of those big events where you've got a stage that's put up and lakhs of people who've gathered. This is something that's happening in every nook and corner of these districts. There's a road that's designated where Vijay turns up. He addresses the people for just about 30 minutes and then goes away. And for that, there have been crowds that have been gathering from early in the morning. Those roads are completely jam-packed. And you saw it happen in every single location, that there were massive crowds that gathered. And yet you allowed it to happen here in Karur, knowing that it could at any point spill over and become a stampede like it has right now. So there will be two fronts here. One on the part of the TVK, that, what they did essentially is ensure that they had that perfect photo op of massive crowds, getting everyone talking, huge buzz, etc., and not looking at the aspect of what that really means as far as crowd control goes. There were over 30 plus restrictions put in place, perhaps for this very reason. So, Aisha, and I remember us covering it here on India Today. There was all of this, of course, political hullabaloo about why there are restrictions in place. But I think on India Today, we had highlighted this, that when you have someone like Vijay with such a huge fan following, there is a need to ensure there are adequate measures put in place to provide for crowd control measures. So there were restrictions, but were they followed is really the question. And in that, they will be asked of both the TVK and the administration. The local police in Karur too will be pulled up on what they did to control those crowds. A lathi charge post-stampede is no solution. There should have been steps taken as preventive, which didn't happen clearly, which is why we're seeing what we're seeing of 31 deaths taking place. There's blood on someone's hands. The question is who?
Oh yes, absolutely, Akshita. In fact, we are waiting for our colleagues Pramod and Anagha to get to Karur to get us those first pictures of the aftermath, to how the situation is developing, to talk to the eyewitnesses there, to get a sense of, what the timelines were during which the crowd started gathering there, to when Vijay came, to, the missing report of that 9-year-old. That is when Vijay announced it, and that led to the chaos. One thing led to the other, to how the cops responded after all of this started happening, to how the ambulances were able to make their way to Vijay making that announcement, to what time did the ambulance finally leave from there, to when it reached the hospital, to what happened at the hospital, of the kind of medical help that was extended to these dying people, if I could really put it like that, because that is the reality of it, as unfortunate as it is, and to the seething anger in the hearts of people to what has happened in the last few hours, Akshita.
An understandable anger, Suesha, for each one of us tracking this right now. We all feel that sense of loss, that, this was an incident that could have easily been avoided. And because there were not adequate preparations on ground, steps on ground, we saw something like this happen. And that's the unfortunate reality of what's taken place today, this evening in Karur. That there are so many, look at those pictures of little children being taken in stretchers at the General Hospital in Karur. It breaks your heart. But the reality is that this has happened because of sheer lapses on the ground. Even for ambulances to get through, there were delays. And there was a reason for that. The delays were because of the fact that the crowd simply had nowhere to move. Vijay constantly appealed. But it became difficult increasingly for these ambulances to move right into the crowd and reach the locations. Even for them to be identifying exactly where it happened, it was impossible because of the crowds. And so even now, there were reports of a missing 9-year-old girl. We don't know whether she was found. We don't know if she's in hospital, none of that.
Right. Akshita, do stay on. I believe Anagha is back with us on the phone line. Anagha, quick details from you on what you're gathering at this point as you're trying to get to Karur, even in terms of what you're learning of police action, of the latest from the hospital. Over to you, Anagha.
In fact, Suesha, what we're learning is that the Chief Minister Stalin is leaving to Karur on a private plane today at around 1 a.m. In fact, when I spoke to government sources, they told me that the Chief Minister held a meeting with the Chief Secretaries in his office. There were also discussions about some sort of financial compensation that will be given to the relatives of those who have passed away. But really, Suesha, no amount of financial compensation can really give back the kind of loss that we are facing at the moment. Absolute apathy and dereliction of duty that we are seeing on part of Tamil Nadu police. Remember, they were aware of the kind of crowd that Vijay manages to pull off every time. We believe lakhs of people had gathered there at Karur just to take a glimpse of actor-turned Neta Vijay. which has led to the kind of devastating loss of lives that we're witnessing at the moment. We're talking about 33 innocent lives that have been lost. Why? For absolutely no fault of theirs. And what's even more shocking is Vijay's silence. We believe when the election rally was happening, there was an ambulance that was trying to make its way, allegedly to reach a 9-year-old girl. But because of the kind of crowd that we saw, the sea of men and women over there, the ambulance was unable to make it. And that is when Vijay realized that things are actually spiraling down from there. And after that, we saw the kind of lives that were lost in that stampede-like situation. We believe, along with Chief Minister, there's also Education Minister Anbil Mahesh, who will be accompanying him tonight. We also believe that Sendil Balaji and Health Minister Ma Subramaniam are already on their way to Karur. They will be reaching there any moment from now. But truly, the kind of visuals that's coming out of Karur, very, very heartbreaking. Because we're talking about little children who have lost their lives, many of them unconscious and injured, admitted in Karur Government Hospital. But at the moment, the latest information that we are picking up is that Chief Minister has held a meeting with Chief Secretaries, post which at around 1 a.m. he will be taking the flight out of Chennai to Karur. It's a private plane, we believe, along with Education Minister Anbil Mahesh.
Right. Anaka, more details that you're picking up with results to the aftermath, especially at that particular site, because we're still playing out pictures and those drone shots that the TVK was trying to project of the kind of crowd puller that Vijay is. But the sort of devastation that happened literally within minutes, turning into hours of that stampede. And what is happening at the moment? Have the crowds cleared? What is the sort of police deployment? Even at the hospital at this point, in terms of the medical help that is being extended, because the AIDMK has alleged that there isn't enough medical help. There is too much pressure on the hospital, especially on the ICU. There aren't enough doctors to look at those who are suffering at this point.
Well, at the moment, in fact, the AIDMK General Secretary Thalapathy Vijay has also cancelled his rally tomorrow as a mark of solidarity. We believe he has also spoken to the press outside by saying that the hospital where the victims are undergoing treatment are being neglected is what Mr. Palaniswamy has also reportedly alleged. He has also demanded accountability and action from actor-turned-neta Vijay. We believe that a lot of other netas as well from across the country have tweeted. In fact, Telangana's Chief Minister Revant Reddy has also tweeted about this. Kamal Hassan has tweeted, Kanimori. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Rajnath Singh, both of them have tweeted about this matter, expressing condolences, because we're not talking about 1 or 2 lives. 33 lives have been lost, Suesha, in this absolutely devastating incident. It's very reminiscent of what happened in the RCB stampede that happened just a few months back in that IPL match, the final match, when 11 people lost their lives, including little children. And this is much bigger in scale, Suesha. About 33 people, very innocent lives, have been lost. The Chief Minister, on a priority, on an urgent hearing, he held a meeting with the Chief Secretaries in his office. We believe that in just a short while from now, he's going to take the flight out of Chennai. He's going to be there in Karur in just a few hours, where we believe he's going to be meeting with the families of victims. But what's all the more shocking and disappointing is that Vijay, who projects himself as the next chief ministerial candidate, has not spoken one word about this devastating incident. We believe, Vijay is currently in his flight. He will be reaching Chennai airport in just a short while from now. We're expecting Vijay to also talk about this matter, express his condolences, but really no amount of condolences or financial compensation that the government claims it can offer can really make up for the loss of lives. We are talking about dereliction of duty and apathy, in discharging of duties by Tamil Nadu's police department, who were informed, remember, by the kind of Vijay had informed the Tamil Nadu Police Department that he will be holding an election campaign, and they were expecting lakhs of people to come. But still, there was dereliction of duty. Enough precautions were not taken, resulting in the loss of life of 33 innocent people from Tamil Nadu for no fault of theirs. They only wanted to be there to catch a glimpse of actor-turned-neta Vijay, leading to such devastating, tragic deaths.
Anagha, more and more pictures are now coming in, and it is heartbreaking, is the least to say. A mother who's sitting helpless there, lying down with her lifeless son. And, Akshita and I were talking about how the scale of the tragedy could be much bigger. because our focus right now is on the 33 lives lost. But the death toll could be higher. The number of people who've been injured and are battling for life at this point, of how many children who may have been separated from their families, of those who are still probably on the site, may have been beaten up by the cops because the cops were trying to clear those areas. And so many of those stories that are still untold, that will actually describe what has led through the last dreaded hours.
That's right, Suesha. And I think the people who were there will be able to really tell us what were the lapses, what happened. Our reporters are also headed to Karur to get us those voices, speak to people, find out exactly what led to this kind of a stampede breaking out. But, you know, the heartbreaking images that are coming from the hospital are largely of children who are being moved in stretchers, of children struggling to breathe. And that really tells you who's been, where we've seen the maximum casualties actually happen in this stampede, which is what I referred to earlier as well, that in these kind of stampedes, inevitably, it's women and children who suffer the most, who suffer as a result of this kind of a tragedy of the lack of crowd control measures, because there's no way that they can actually push back. There's no way that they can hold the crowd back, which is why inevitably they become the first casualties the moment there's even a spark of chaos that happens. And that's reflective in the pictures also that are coming in of all of these little children struggling in the hospital with their mothers right beside them. It's been heartening to see those images of the DMK leaders like Minister Senthil Balaji in the hospital, immediately meeting and helping all of those who've been grievously injured as well. And those are those images on our screens of little children, 2 to 3 of them being piled up in one stretcher, being rushed into the hospital. Many of them will be suffering, not just, of course, many of them being unconscious, but many who unfortunately died because of asphyxiation, in the sense that they just simply couldn't breathe because of the crowds that had gathered there, Suesha. So just imagine what the situation was like, that in a place, a venue that was expecting 10,000 people, the numbers were actually 5 times that, 50,000 people. So there was absolutely no way the administration could have prepared themselves in any way for it. There's no way that they could have actually ensured that, there are enough steps being taken, because they were anticipating 10,000. They got 50,000 instead. So there's no way that they could have done anything to control those crowds. But there will be questions asked of the administration of why such a swell-up was allowed in the first place. Why did they not ensure that beyond 10,000, they would not be allowed to gather beyond that? Because there were restrictions in place. What stopped the administration then from going ahead and ensuring that those restrictions were actually followed to the T? Yes, there was a delay in Vijay turning up at the venue. Yes, that led to more time for people to come through. So that is seriously a question that TVK must answer on. But so should the local administration on why they allowed that to happen. Sarvanan of the DMK, who we spoke to earlier, said that, look, if you stopped the rally, then there would be outrage. Every political leader has a right to go ahead and hold a rally. Every political leader has a right to get out on the streets and speak to people, but do it responsibly, as should the administration. If there are restrictions and rules in place, who is responsible for ensuring those rules are followed? The administration. So there is, of course, a great deal of responsibility that falls on the shoulders of the local police, on the Karur police and on the local administration, on what they did to ensure that all necessary precautionary steps were taken so that we weren't seeing this kind of a situation right now.
Oh yes, absolutely, Akshita. And even as you refer to the numbers, there is a very likely possibility that the numbers could also change, given the fact that our reporters who've been speaking to us, Anaga and Pramod, say that there could have been a lakh or more of people who were actually present at that rally at that point. So it may not just be restricted to, a cap of 50,000. They could have crossed a lakh or more. But again, Akshita, inevitably the question that is coming again and again is Vijay's silence. And the fact that, it is one thing to level political attacks against your opponents, but really how you handle situations like this also speak of he may just have a long way as far as his career as a Neta is concerned, because, issuing that statement first up was definitely the need of the hour, which he did not do.
I'm not going to peg it, Suesha, on a lack of experience or any of that, because this is something I said earlier, that I don't believe that it requires you to be a politician to be actually, issuing a statement on a tragedy that's happened at your event. You're an actor, you're a superstar, you're human first of all. So where is that statement? The most basic step of decency, of courtesy, when people who gather to see you have died. Your fans, your loyalists, your supporters, people you refer to as your family, by the way, which Vijay keeps saying in his rallies. He says, you are all my family. If he truly meant that, why are we seeing images right now of him leaving Trichy airport with no statement whatsoever on board a chartered flight heading back to Chennai? If his heart truly bled for the people who've died in this particular incident, for the families who've lost their loved ones, why isn't he saying so? What's stopping him from issuing a statement? Look, it's understandable, and no one's going to be holding it against him that he's not in the hospital right now, because that requires an immense amount of security detail, which it's not fair to expect right now. So nobody's holding that against him. Sure, he can be headed back to the airport. He may have been given the order to do so, keeping in mind the situation. But what stopped him from issuing a statement? And I don't think we can peg it as, speaking of his political character alone. I think it speaks to the character of Vijay itself. As an actor, as a superstar, as a human, the fact that he hasn't issued that statement is absolutely unpardonable and shocking. It reeks 100% of insensitivity.
Oh yes, completely agree with you there. And like I said, Akshita, this is a developing story. Lots that will come out tomorrow as well, because we are trying to get those first pictures of the aftermath of what the situation is like on the ground right now, especially where Vijay's bus was moving from, and he was atop that bus, and especially of those drone shots, trying to capture the popularity of Vijay, of how the people believe in him, of how the people come after him, come for him. But all of that that may have fallen flat given how things have turned in the last couple of hours. Like Anagha was saying, that he is likely to reach Chennai in less than 2 hours from now. And what happens from there on? When is it that that first statement will come, that first post will come if he doesn't speak to the media? How is the TVK now going to address the situation, furnish details of what had happened, and of course the DMK, because Akshita, details coming in of how MK Stalin is taking that 1 a.m. flight to Karur, and also will be reporting to the hospital. I believe, Akshita, Anagha is back with us, and she has latest details coming in, especially with regards to what is to happen in the next few hours. MK Stalin is to come to Karur. Anagha, over to you.
Well, in fact, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, along with his cabinet set of ministers, will be leaving to Karur. We believe he's taking a private jet at around 1 a.m. is when he'll be meeting, is when he'll be flying out to Karur. In fact, what we're hearing is that the Home Minister has spoken to Governor and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. They've taken stock of the situation on the ground. We believe the Home Minister Amit Shah has also dialed the Governor and Chief Minister Stalin as well in order to take stock of the situation, and has offered all support on behalf of the centre to what's happened in Karur. Remember, the Prime Minister has also tweeted about this particular incident. In fact, the kind of visuals that we are hearing is truly, truly heartbreaking. We can see how men, women, children are receiving all sorts of support. People are in full-on panic mode. In fact, we just have a breaking that superstar Rajinikanth has also acknowledged and tweeted on this matter. He says that the news of the loss of innocent lives in the incident that occurred in Karur has shaken my heart and has caused immense grief, and is also gone on to offer his deepest condolences to the family of those who have lost their lives.
Right.
In fact,
right. Anagha, if you could also furnish further details on the latest information coming in of how Union Home Minister Amit Shah has had a word with Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and Tamil Nadu Governor over what has transpired in Karur.
Well, in fact, right after Prime Minister Modi's tweet, the Home Minister has, we believe, has immediately dialed the Chief Minister Stalin as to really take stock of the situation and really get to know what caused this particular stampede-like situation. In fact, the centre has also offered all sorts of help to, to the administration, to Chief Minister Stalin as well. In fact, Chief Minister, we have a breaking news. A compensation of 10 lakh rupees will be provided from the Chief Minister's Relief Fund to the families of those who have lost their lives in the Karur tragedy. So essentially, the Tamil Nadu government has now announced a financial assistance of 10 lakh rupees. In fact, a commission of inquiry headed by a retired High Court judge, Justice Aruna Jagadishan, will be constituted to investigate this particular incident. That's the breaking that we are getting in from Tamil Nadu, that that a separate committee will be formed to really find out what caused this particular stampede situation that we are looking at the moment. In fact, a financial assistance of 10 lakh rupees will be provided to the families of victims. But really, one can only wonder what kind of compensation will even be adequate for the kind of devastating loss of lives that we are looking at the moment. The Chief Minister has decided to fly to Karur at around 1 a.m. today by a private charter flight along with his cabinet set of colleagues. We believe the Health Minister and former Minister Senthil Balaji are already in Karur to be with the families of victims. In fact, Actor Vijay, we believe, is currently on a plane. He will be landing in Chennai airport any minute from now. This is the latest update that we have from the state of Tamil Nadu, that 10 lakh rupees financial assistance will be provided to the families of those who have lost this utterly tragic incident that has happened coming in from Karur.
Oh yes, absolutely. Extremely painful, Anaka. And like you're saying that the DMK certainly responding, in every manner when it comes to providing medical help, mobilizing doctors from different districts, trying to get doctors from private hospitals, 10 lakh rupees compensation that has been announced. Of course, no amount that can ever make up for the loss of lives. And of course, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who is to reach Karur. Also, how Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to both Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and Tamil Nadu Governor to take stock of the situation, to provide all possible help from the centre. And of course, the Union Home Ministry also seeking a report on what happened through the last few hours and what led to this tragedy. Anagha.
Well, in fact, the Chief Minister has stated that he will be personally meeting the families of victims. In fact, he has also deployed a group of ministers to expedite the special arrangements for medical treatment. He has also ordered that all those admitted to the hospitals for treatment should be given special treatment. He has, in fact stated that 36 people have lost their lives in this matter. We believe this is the official statement that's coming in from the Chief Minister himself. He says that 36 people, including 8 children and 16 women, have died in the stampede, at this particular rally that's held by TVK in Karur. Remember, we are talking about 8 innocent children, 16 women. All in all, 36 people have lost their lives for utterly no fault of theirs. A very, very heartbreaking incident that's coming out of Tamil Nadu that should not have happened. In fact, the commission that's formed by the government will really probe into who is responsible for this particular mishap that has happened, whether it was a stampede that was caused by dereliction of duty on behalf of Tamil Nadu Police Department, or what is it that caused this particular stampede. This detail will in detail be probed. But for the moment, we have the latest death toll that 36 people. Earlier it was 34, and now we believe that 36 people have lost their lives. Very, very, very unfortunate incident that's coming in. Very unexpected incident that's coming in here. In fact, the Tamil Nadu fact check department has also issued a fact check. We are saying that they are warning against any sort of false or misinformation that's spreading on social media. In fact, that's the kind of warning that Tamil Nadu's government has spread, because truly at this time, at times, social media spreading false information, it just spreads like wildfire. And hence, the Tamil Nadu fact check department has sent out a press release saying that spreading any sort of false information is a crime under the law, and has urged people to not spread further panic. We have 36 people, including 8 children and 16 women, who have lost their lives in this crowd crush. In fact, Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has also expressed his condolences. on this terrible, tragic loss of life that's happened in this political rally in Karur. Very, very tragic state of events that's coming out of Karur.
Extremely heartbreaking, Anaka. I want to thank you for those details and a slew of political reactions that have come in through the last few hours, especially with the AIDMK and BJP pointing fingers at the DMK and TVK, and DMK of course coming out in full force saying this is not the time to politicize the matter. First up, this response from Mr. Kovai Satyan of AIDMK.
"33 precious lives are lost and 67 are hospitalized, out of which almost 40 plus are in ICU. Looks like the situation is very grave, the Karur Stampede. But the sources from what we receive from the ground is many more are hospitalized in the private hospitals. Their numbers are not known. And the government machinery is struggling to meet up with the demands to handle these kinds of crises. Look like the state machinery is in a limbo to handle such crises, even though the ministers there give assurance saying that all is well in the hospital infrastructure. But the ground report that comes clearly shows that the hospital staffs are inadequate to handle such large numbers.
இன்று TVK கட்சியினுடைய தலைவர் திரு விஜய் அவர்கள் கரூரிலே பொதுக்கூட்டத்திலே பேசிக் கொண்டிருந்த பொழுது கூட்ட நெரிசல் ஏற்பட்டு மூச்சு திணறி பல பேர் இறந்துள்ளதாக செய்திகள் வெளிவந்துள்ளன. பல பேர் மருத்துவமனையிலே சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகின்ற செய்தி வெளியாகியுள்ளது. இது மிகுந்த அதிர்ச்சியை ஏற்படுத்தியுள்ளது, மிகுந்த வேதனையும் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளது. மருத்துவமனையில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகின்றவர்களுக்கு அரசு உரிய முறையிலே சிகிச்சை அளித்து அவர்களை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும் என்று இந்த நேரத்தில் கேட்டு இறந்தவர் குடும்பத்திற்கு எனது ஆழ்ந்த இரங்கலையும் வருத்தத்தையும் தெரிவித்ததோடு அரசு இறந்த குடும்பத்தாருக்கு நிவாரண உதவி வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
All right, so those are the statements that have come in so far as the death toll that has now risen to 36. Akshita, I want to come to you because among these 8 are children and 16 are women who've taken the worst hit. And again, as we say that the death toll that could rise further is how we gather the situation on the ground. And they say that more than 50 people who are still critically injured, they're receiving treatment. And just the scale of this tragedy that continues to increase.
In the statement that's coming right now from the CMO, Suesha, the one big headline, unfortunately, which we've been telling you here on India Today, is that the death toll has gone up. 36 people have died. 8 children who were a part of this rally have died. 16 women have lost their lives as well. So that heartbreaking number is 36. It could go up further. Importantly, the other big headline that's emerged from the CMO statement is that there is going to be an inquiry into what really happened. So there will be a one-member commission of inquiry under a retired High Court judge that will take place to look into the lapses, which is the need of the hour. Because right now we've been seeing, of course, all of these updates coming in, questions being asked, and so many people who want answers as to why we've seen 36 lives being lost in this manner at a political rally. So there is going to be a detailed investigation into that. I can also tell you that right now, looking at the situation, and we're going to be putting out pictures as well of Minister Anbil Mahesh, who is in Karur, who's met with many of the grieving families. He broke down, Suesha, seeing the scale of the tragedy and what's happened, and so many families who've lost their loved ones, so many families who've lost little children as a result of lapses at this particular event. 8 children, 8 families. Just imagine what they're going through right now as a result of sheer carelessness, perhaps, as a result of sheer negligence as well. On whose part? Hopefully we'll get the answers to that. But tonight, so many families in Karur are grieving. Their lives will never be the same again as a result of these lapses. 36 people have died. And as a result, 36 families, Suesha, are grieving tonight.
Extremely heartbreaking, Akshita, and Nagarjun Dwarkanath also joining us on the broadcast, because Nagarjun, the other important message that Chief Minister M.K. Stalin puts out is that there is no room for any misinformation and people should completely refrain from doing that. Emotions are running high at this point. The matter is extremely sensitive and should be very careful of any information that is put out.
The Tamil Nadu fact check team has put out a statement saying that any social media fake news would be taken to task. People have to be utterly cautious in spreading information, and only verified, authentic information should be put on social media platforms, is what the fact check team has put on right now, has tweeted or put on X right now. And Chief Minister is likely to take off this night itself. Midnight is what we are told from our sources, that he is going to Karur via Coimbatore or Tirchi airport. A special flight or a charter flight is being arranged as we speak. In a couple of minutes from now, there will be an official information shared to the media from the Chief Minister's office if Stalin could make it to Karur tonight itself. EPS, as we speak, the opposition leader, the General Secretary of the AIDMK party, is taking off from Chennai to Coimbatore. He will land in Coimbatore tonight and go to Karur early in the morning. So all the political action will shift to Karur in the next 24 hours. Both DMK and AIDMK and a delegation of BJP is visiting Karur. We have got Rahul Gandhi from the opposition tweeting. We have got Union Home Minister, we've got Prime Minister, we've got the President of India. Everyone condoling and sending their condolences to the families. And the visuals that we have seen, it's tragic. You know, looking at those visuals, even one would have tears in their own eyes because that's the tragedy that has hit families. Children have lost their life, women has lost their life. AIDMK has just recently shared a video of a father carrying that son in the hospital who is dead and is unable to control his tears. Imagine what would have gone through that family and the parents who have lost their children and women who have lost their life.
The irony in all this is that while politicians are making their way to Karur and people are expressing their condolences, Vijay continues to be silent in all of this. We slip into a short commercial break, Nagarjun and Akshita, but we continue to keep all our eyes on this story, on all the latest developments through this non-stop rolling coverage. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन्ड फॉर सुकून।
Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM attacks Congress, says Congress left no opportunity to loot people. Amit Shah attacks opposition, says NDA will remove infiltrators from Bihar. Delhi BMW crash accused Gaganpreet Kaur gets bail by Delhi court.
are watching India Today.
We continue to stay with these latest pictures from Karur, where the crowds have slightly dispersed, and of course the police that continues to stay on the ground in full swing. But see the extent of damage that has been caused and what may have transpired through those critical moments of when people were feeling suffocated, and women and children at the receiving end through most of it. The death toll that has now risen to 36. This is something that has been confirmed by Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who is now going to fly to Karur. He is taking a flight to Trichy that has been specially arranged. In the meanwhile, the cabinet, of course, discussing and monitoring the situation on the ground. And there you see the aftermath of that stampede that happened at Vijay's rally, where he arrived 6 hours late. The permission that was actually sought for 10,000 people to be present for that rally. But what happened? More than 1 lakh of people who actually turned up. The police and most importantly the authorities did nothing about it. Zero crowd management, no water, no food, no essentials that were provided to these people, and worst of all, those who were suffocated, they were suffering, and they were in the ambulances. The ambulances could not move. They could not have gone further to the hospital because the crowd was so large. A tragic turn to Vijay's rally that has cost 36 lives that are lost. A tragedy that has changed the lives of 36 families, 36 people who've lost their lives in this tragedy that occurred at Vijay's rally. He turned up 6 hours late. This was in Karur. Huge crowds that turned up. The permission that was for 10,000 people, but 50,000 people and more who turned up for that rally. What eventually happened? The crowd swelled up to the level that they started to feel suffocated. There was no water, no food, no essentials, and that is when the tragedy occurred. Now, Vijay requested people to clear the way so that the ambulances could make their way to the hospital, but it was so crowded that even that could not happen. The stampede that broke out and 36 lives have been lost so far. Remember, this is the official death toll that has been recorded so far, but the death toll that could go up. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who will now head to Karur, and most importantly, we are keeping an eye on what is happening at those hospitals, because so many who are critically injured, more than 50, were still dwindling between life and death.
இன்று TVK கட்சியினுடைய தலைவர் திரு விஜய் அவர்கள் கரூரிலே பொதுக்கூட்டத்திலே பேசிக் கொண்டிருந்த பொழுது கூட்ட நெரிசல் ஏற்பட்டு மூச்சு திணறி பல பேர் இறந்துள்ளதாக செய்திகள் வெளிவந்துள்ளன. பல பேர் மருத்துவமனையிலே சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகின்ற செய்தி வெளியாகியுள்ளது. இது மிகுந்த அதிர்ச்சியை ஏற்படுத்தியுள்ளது, மிகுந்த வேதனையும் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளது. மருத்துவமனையில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகின்றவர்களுக்கு அரசு உரிய முறையிலே சிகிச்சை அளித்து அவர்களை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும் என்று இந்த நேரத்தில் கேட்டு, இறந்தவர் குடும்பத்திற்கு எனது ஆழ்ந்த இரங்கலையும் வருத்தத்தையும் தெரிவித்ததோடு அரசு இறந்த குடும்பத்தாருக்கு நிவாரண உதவி வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
33 precious lives are lost and 67 are hospitalized, out of which almost 40 plus are in ICU. Looks like the situation is very grave, the Karur Stampede. But the sources from what we receive from the ground is many more are hospitalized in the private hospitals. Their numbers are not known. And the government machinery is struggling to meet up with the demands to handle these kinds of crises. Look like the state machinery is in a limbo to handle such crises, even though the ministers there give assurance saying that all is well in the hospital infrastructure. But the ground report that comes clearly shows that The hospital staffs are inadequate to handle such large numbers.
Across to my colleague Nagarjun, who has been tracking all the developments on the ground. Nagarjun, so far we understand that the death toll stands at 36, out of which 8 were children and 16 were women. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who is now on his way to Karur, and the centre offering all help, have also sought a report on what had happened. But the biggest question, the biggest irony in all of this, Vijay, whose supporters came from him, ran away and has not issued a single statement.
Well, that's absolutely true. Vijay has run away, and in fact, when he landed in Tirchi airport, the media also tried to question him. Not a single statement, not a tweet, not condolence given out by his party. This is the point with Netas, right? It's easy to come out there, blame people and blame the system. Till now he was blaming BJP, AIDMK, DMK, every other political party. But when the blame comes on to him, the Neta, the actor turned Neta, is shying away from the responsibility. Politics is not easy, right? This is a classic example of how you need to be on the ground. You need to take the blame as well, that you're not right every single time. When people have come to see you, at least the minimum you can do is be there for the people who came to see you. Lakhs and lakhs of people in the last 2 weeks have come to see Vijay in Nagpatnam, in Tiruchi, today in Karur, in Namakkal, and still Vijay has not even issued a statement, and forget a statement, not even a tweet on the social media platform. And this shows the vacuum in the second line leadership also. If not Vijay, is there someone who can come to the hospital who's the second line leader? Is there Adav Arjun who can come? Is there Mr. Anand who can come? Arun Raj who can come? None of them have even put out a tweet or issued a statement. That clearly shows how the TVK Netas, including the chief Vijay, are shying away from the responsibility. Now the big question is, will the Tamil Nadu police act? Will the government act against Vijay and file an FIR? Remember in Hyderabad when Allu Arjun, this Pushpa incident happened, there was an FIR filed against actor Allu Arjun. And here in Bengaluru, when the RCB incident happened, there was an FIR against the organizers, that is on RCB themselves, and one of the officials from the RCB camp was also arrested by Bangalore police. All eyes on Home Minister and Tamil Nadu police. Will there be an FIR filed against Vijay? What I'm picking up from our sources is that most likely yes, there would be accountability, there would be questions asked, because the number that expected was 10,000, but more number of people turned up, and hence the police could not also save them. But the onus is also equally on the government and the local administration. Didn't they have intelligence report? They had seen how thousands and thousands of people used to come to see Vijay every Saturday, and now this in Karur, this episode, didn't the government anticipate the same number of people who turn up here? And it's always when thousands of people come there, they are prone to stampede such incident. Last year we saw in Tirupati when people stood in line to just buy tickets, there was stampede and people lost their lives. And it's such a tragic incident. Looking at the visuals coming in from the government hospital, one has to just show their sympathies. And unfortunately that the Netas today have forgotten how to show sympathy and how to be with the people who in fact came to just see them, to see the beloved Neta or the actor, just to get a glimpse of him and to see what he has in store for the people. And the same people are victims of stampede today. And the tragic visuals of father holding the child in the hand in government hospitals, crying for help, while Anbil Mahesh, minister himself, broke down. Anyone could be moved looking at these visuals. It's extremely tragic because you tend to sympathize with others. You end up relating as to what the family are going through at this point of time. People lost consciousness because they didn't have water.
Oh yes, and such was the scale of this tragedy. Nagarjun, requesting you to stay on with us. Pramod is at the Chennai airport right now. And Pramod, I believe in some time from now, Vijay will land. He will be at the Chennai airport, release no statement at the Trichy airport. What's expected? What are the scenes like at the Chennai airport?
So as we speak, the flight has landed and we are at the spot. Behind us, that's the gate actually. And we're just waiting for Vijay to come over here at any time and we can actually hear the flight that has been landed at the spot. And we're just trying to show you the surrounding spot. And it's quite a kind of chaotic as you see over there. There is a lot of guards and everybody over there. And even the vehicle guard is actually opening right now for Vijay to leave from the spot as you see right now. And we're just waiting over here for him to return. The biggest question that is being asked is, Suesha, why he did not respond in this particular airport at Trichy. Why didn't he speak over there? It's a question that is being asked, and as I'm here, and as we speak, the gate is also being opened for Vijay to leave from the spot. So, Isha, biggest question is that why did not he wait there? He didn't try to see anything, because last time, like I mentioned earlier, when there was this issue in Kadalur due to the spurious liquor issue, Vijay went from here to that spot and he met with the people, but he did not do this time. Sorry about the aesthetics over here. We are at a crowded spot and we are in it's a private, it's a VVIP entrance. So that's why, as we speak, the flight has landed. We are expecting him anytime over here, Suesha.
Absolutely, Pramod, and we wait and watch how Vijay reacts to the situation now, because so far he has only been quiet and not a single word that has come out from him. But even in the meanwhile, Pramod, we understand that Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who is also to leave for Karur, and tomorrow he will be visiting the hospital where unfortunately, all those victims who were taken there, of course, questions being asked whether enough medical aid was provided. But DMK in their capacity is saying that we are trying to mobilize as many doctors from other districts, from private hospitals, and to extend every possible help, announcing an ex gratia of 10 lakh rupees for the victims and their families. Pramod, they're tracking every single development at the Chennai airport, as the one thing he has confirmed that Vijay's flight has landed. Now, what happens after he comes out from there, whether he will issue a statement or not, is the big question, because this has been the biggest point of criticism, even more than what happened during that tragedy. Remember, he turned up 6 hours late at this very spot where you watch him from, and most importantly, how he sought the help of the police. He requested people to make way for the ambulances, but after that, he left from there. He reached Trichy airport straight. The distance between where he was to the Trichy airport, that was about 1.5 hours, but not a single statement that was issued. And I want to take this point back to my colleague Nagarjun, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast, because the political blame game, of course, that happened. But the DMK maintaining that this is not the time to politicize. This is the time to go out there and do the best for people that can be done. And that is exactly what they are at, while Vijay's flight has just landed at Chennai airport.
That's true. In fact, Suesha, moments from now, Vijay would be stepping out of the tarmac and entering the arrival terminal. Hopefully, he will make a statement now and not run away from responsibility. Like you mentioned, it's not time for politics, but serious questions will have to be asked both to the government and the TVK netas, that how can they run away from responsibility? Isn't it inhuman when you know that because of your rally that people have died and lost their life? Instead of running or rushing to the government hospital, at least if not Vijay, one can assume, because if Vijay goes to the hospital, there would be more people coming to see him, or there would be more fan frenzy. If not him, he should at least appoint people, 5 netas from TVK second line leadership, to ensure that they go there, give their condolences, and be with the fans or the people or the followers who came to support. But unfortunately, Vijay, being the chief of the TVK party, could not instruct, and now he's landed in Chennai on a charter plane. It's all hunky dory for him and his followers in the party, right? Nothing has happened to them. Unfortunately, his followers who have lost their life. Hopefully, he will take up responsibility and announce or make a statement, or if not, at least acknowledge that this happened because of the rally. And the government also cannot shy away from their responsibility. Initially, the intelligence bureau should have anticipated, the district police should have anticipated that 50,000 people, 40,000 people in a small junction, in a small circle would congregate. Then what would be the consequences? And one small panic can immediately ensure that there would be stampede-like situation. That's exactly what happened. A small kid got lost in the crowd and the panic struck and people started moving in every direction, and that's where the stampede happened. Visuals, we have seen that, people are trying to get some air, gasping for breath, and that's the tragic situation that people saw. Initially, it was 5 reported dead, and now it has gone up to 36 to 37. We have got visuals of Anbil Mahesh, who's the education minister, breaking down at the premises of the government hospital in Karur. tragic times. The government also will have to do something to ensure that such protocols will have to be followed. In fact, Karnataka government has put in place for any gathering which has more than a few thousands of people will have to follow certain criteria. 10 days ahead, the police will have to be told. The police have to put in place ample security. Security have to be beefed up. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 securities, layers and layers of security will have to be put in place. The same will have to be now implemented in Tamil Nadu, because once this has happened, it can't repeat again and again. Tirupati, Bangalore, we have seen Pushpa movie release in Hyderabad, and now in Karur. Lives cannot be lost like this. It's ultimate tragedy, and it's tragic that people in 2025 also die of stampede in such cases, and hence the accountability will have to be taken by the government, the local police, as well as the organizers, which is the TVK.
Of this unique body. Gathered here 8 decades since the founding of this unique body. The UN Charter calls on us not just to prevent war, but to build peace. Not just to defend rights, but to uphold the dignity of every human being. It challenges us to stand as good neighbors, uniting our strength so that generations to come inherit a world of justice, of progress, and of lasting freedom. Madam President, forces unleashed by history since the founding of the UN propelled this body forward. As decolonization advanced, the world began to return to its natural diversity. The membership of the United Nations quadrupled, and the organization's role and remit grew significantly. In the era of globalization, its agenda evolved even further. Development goals took center stage, even as climate change emerged as a shared priority. Trade acquired greater prominence, while food and health access were recognized as essential to global well-being. Where security was concerned, the UN undertook peacekeeping operations and promoted disarmament discussions. As a result, the UN became a natural platform to debate key global issues. Madam President, we must ask ourselves today, how has the UN...
Situation that arose at Vijay's campaign in Karur. Some people had fainted and workers were taken to the ambulance. Now details coming in of how 5 people may be feared dead. Vijay had requested his cadres and fans to make way for the ambulance. 9-year-old girl who's also reportedly missing from that campaign. And most unfortunate, as there could be a casualty-like situation. 5 who are feared dead in that campaign. Remember, 20 people who had fainted, they were rushed to the hospital. And we shift our focus back to Vijay's Karur rally, where the stampede broke out, and finally Vijay has now broken his silence. He has put out a post that reads, and I quote, "My heart is shattered. I am in unbearable, indescribable pain and sorrow. I express my deepest condolences and sympathies to the families of my beloved brothers and sisters who lost their lives in Karur. I pray for the speedy recovery of those receiving treatment in the hospital." That's the message that is coming from the TVK chief hours after the tragedy unfolded. And while we had literally seen a response from all top leaders, Vijay, who had gone silent. It was his supporters, it was his fans, it was those who had come out to get a glimpse of him, who had gathered at that rally. But Vijay left from Karur. He caught a flight from Trichy to Chennai, And now that he's landed, he's finally issued a response. He's broken his silence. He's put out a post, that tweet that reads, and I quote, "My heart is shattered. I am in unbearable, indescribable pain and sorrow. I express my deepest condolences and sympathies to the families of my beloved brothers and sisters who lost their lives in Karur. I pray for the speedy recovery of those receiving treatment in the hospital." That is the first response that has come in from Neta Vijay, at whose rally this entire tragedy unfolded. And while other Netas are making their way to Karur, he instead fled from there. He caught a flight from Trichy to Chennai, the flight that has just landed a short while ago. This as 38 people have lost their lives in Karur. Remember, this is where the official death toll stands, but it could be higher. More than 50 people who are critically injured. They are undergoing treatment. And Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who is catching a flight in an hour from now to make his way to Karur to meet with the victims. They've also announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees for the families of deceased. But this being the situation, as the DMK is monitoring every single development on the ground, Vijay, who's issued that first response. Let me cut across to Pramod, joining us live on the broadcast. Pramod, that response that finally came in, the response that everybody had been waiting for. And even in this response, of course, he said that he is in indescribable pain. He's expressed his deepest condolences and sympathies, but lots of answers to come in when it comes to accountability. Pramod.
Surely, Suisha, we are at Chennai airport currently, and we tried to ask him these questions, especially about one bigger question that is being put forward is that, like, these were his fans who passed away, and why couldn't Vijay actually react at the earliest? Now he has given us a message stating that, his heart is shattered to know this, and his heart goes to all the people who have lost their life. But, it's like we simply say prevention is better than cure. But the terrible thing is that 31 lives have been lost, all in just one program. And these lives, like young lives, have been lost, and definitely accountability is something now we have to take. And on one side, Vijay did not react over there in Trichy airport. He did not also speak here. He came over his vehicle and he has just left. We've been told that there could be a police inquiry at his residence where the police will have to ask him what exactly happened over there, because as everybody who are critical have been taken to the hospital, and as we speak, they are undergoing treatment. Now is the next step as to find out what exactly happened, because the permission was sought for 10,000 people. The expected crowd was 50,000 people, but it looks like the crowds were in lakhs, and that's what led to such a situation, which means legally TVK is very much responsible for what happened over there. And then the issue falls over the police force as well, because such a large crowd, definitely the said number, police cannot mobilize just like that so many people to cover the crowd. So a lot of questions are to be answered. Now Vijay has finally broken his silence, and he...
All right, Pramod, stay on. Anaka is also with us on the broadcast. Anaka, do give us details of where exactly you're standing. And one thing being very clear, that Vijay panicked, TVK feared backlash, and which is why it took them a while to respond. While they may have responded, but important now is to what happens next in terms of cooperating in the investigation of what transpired at that rally.
Well, in fact, as far as the investigations are concerned, there has been a one-woman commission that's been set up by a retired judge. Aruna Jagadishan will be the one who will be probing the cause of this particular devastating incident that has happened. We also have a fresh update with regards to the death toll. 38 innocent lives have been killed in this particular devastating stampede incident, out of which 8 children have lost their lives. 16 women have lost their lives. Remember, that's the kind of devastating toll that we are talking about. In fact, Vijay has finally broken his silence about this matter, where he says that his heart is absolutely shattered and he's deeply in pain, and he's also offered his condolences. We believe Just a while back, he landed in Chennai airport from Trichy. Remember, there has been only a Twitter statement, nothing oral so far. He has not yet issued a video, release as to, he has not yet orally expressed condolences. That's the most disappointing fact, because for someone who is projecting himself as the chief ministerial candidate, he should have been the first one to express condolences and even acknowledge that this, or at least take accountability for what has happened. But nothing of that sort so far from Vijay. He has just put out a tweet. In fact, Vijay has been receiving extreme backlashes from all over regarding this particular incident, about the lack of acknowledgement and particularly delay in acknowledging what has happened. That's why Vijay, we believe, is receiving heavy backlash. On the other front, we also have Chief Minister Stalin. He will be reaching Karur by around 2 a.m. we believe. He held an urgent meeting with his chief secretaries. In fact, we also saw those visuals of his cabinet colleagues Anbil Mahesh, Sendil Balaji right there, including Health Minister Ma Subramaniam at the Karur Government Hospital. We also saw dramatic visuals of Education Minister Anbil Mahesh breaking down right after he met with those victims who lost, those injured, after he met the families of those who have lost their lives. In fact, the Nadu government has also announced an ex gratia of 10 lakh rupees per person for the families of victims who have lost their lives. But no amount of financial compensation can really make up for the loss of lives. In fact, this particular commission will also probe as to what exactly was the cause for the stampede. Was it dereliction of duty on part of the police officers, or was it apathy on part of the government officers? What exactly led, or was it TVK, lack of preparedness on part of TVK that led to this particular mishap? All these angles will be probed by this particular commission. In fact, we are on our way to Karur. We will be reaching there. It's about a 7-hour drive from Chennai. We will be reaching there. But Chief Minister, he will be landing in Karur at 2 a.m. today, post which he will be meeting with the families of victims who have lost their lives.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Anagha, while Vijay has said that he's shattered and he expressed his deepest condolences, but will he also say that yes, TVK and I will take responsibility for what happened? Let's quickly give our viewers an overview of what has happened so far. Yes, in Tamil Nadu, Vijay's Karur rally that took a tragic turn. A stampede broke out due to a massive crowd surge, with at least 36 people feared dead, and that could have gone to 38 by now. Several more who were injured. TVK reportedly expected 10,000 people to come at that rally, but over 50,000 people gathered and could have touched a lakh or more. The venue's capacity was way lesser. The crowd control measures drastically inadequate. Opposition leaders and the public continued to raise questions over what really caused this tragedy. Were first aid supplies insufficient at the venue? Why couldn't standby ambulances reach the site? After more than 3 hours since the accident, Vijay has put out his first statement saying his heart is shattered and that he is in unbearable pain and sorrow.
இன்று TVK கட்சியினுடைய தலைவர் திரு விஜய் அவர்கள் கரூரிலே பொதுக்கூட்டத்திலே பேசிக் கொண்டிருந்த பொழுது கூட்ட நெரிசல் ஏற்பட்டு மூச்சு திணறி பல பேர் இறந்துள்ளதாக செய்திகள் வெளிவந்துள்ளன. பல பேர் மருத்துவமனையிலே சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகின்ற செய்தி வெளியாகியுள்ளது. இது மிகுந்த அதிர்ச்சியை ஏற்படுத்தியுள்ளது, மிகுந்த வேதனையும் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளது. மருத்துவமனையில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகின்றவர்களுக்கு அரசு உரிய முறையிலே சிகிச்சை அளித்து அவர்களை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும் என்று இந்த நேரத்தில் கேட்டு, இறந்தவர் குடும்பத்திற்கு எனது ஆழ்ந்த இரங்கலையும் வருத்தத்தையும் தெரிவித்ததோடு அரசு இறந்த குடும்பத்தாருக்கு நிவாரண உதவி வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
33 precious lives are lost and 67 are hospitalized, out of which almost 40 plus are in ICU. Looks like the situation is very grave, the Karur Stampede. But the sources from what we receive from the ground is many more are hospitalized in the private hospitals. Their numbers are not known. And the government machinery is struggling to meet up with the demands to handle these kinds of crises. Look like the state machinery is in a limbo to handle such crises, even though the ministers there give assurance saying that all is well in the hospital infrastructure. but the ground report that comes clearly shows that the hospital staffs are inadequate to handle such large numbers.
And those are the statements that have come in so far. You've heard from the DMK, from the AIDMK, from the BJP. TVK, of course, has been silent so far. Now, we understand that Vijay has reached Chennai. He took a flight from Trichy to Chennai. And next, of course, will be the focus on the police inquiry. Now, 38 people have lost their lives so far. That is where the death toll has reached. And all attention on the medical aid that is being extended at the hospital, which, remember, is overloaded because given the condition of these people and many of them who are critical, even the ICUs are saturated, and the DMK putting out a message that they have mobilized doctors from nearby districts, from private hospitals. They are trying every possible help that be extended to the families who are struggling. We've also seen pictures of the aftermath of that stampede. The police had to resort to lathi charge to be able to clear out those crowds, and a very, very tragic turn that this rally took. The unfortunate part that even the earlier rallies that Vijay led had seen borderline risky situations. But why is it that the TVK did not take cognizance? Why is it that they did not adhere to the norms that were set out by the cops, by the administration? In the past, TVK has leveled allegations against the DMK, saying that because they are political rivals, they were not allowing Vijay to hold these rallies. The police were stating these many reasons, saying that the safety of people is first and foremost. Vijay is a big crowd puller, and unless and until those crowds can be managed, that is the very basis of deciding whether permission should be granted or not. In today's incident, a letter that was submitted by the organizers to the cops saying that 10,000 people are what we are expecting as part of this rally. But what happened on the ground completely turned, because 50,000 or probably more than a lakh of people who turned out on the ground for that rally. In fact, some reports that also suggest that in a bid to catch a better glimpse of Vijay, people kept pushing each other more towards this open bus that you see, on the roof of which Vijay was standing and addressing those crowds. How it started? Reports came in of a 9-year-old who got separated from her family, who was lost in this crowd, and that is when Vijay made that announcement. He also realized that the situation is now turning unruly. He threw bottles of water towards the people. And now let me cut across to breaking news coming in. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister who's announced Commission of Inquiry to be led by Justice Aruna Jagadisan to probe into Vijay Rally stampede deaths. Naninar, Nagendra and Annamalai will visit Karur tomorrow. This is the latest that is just coming in. As Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has made this announcement, my colleague Anaga, who got us details just a short while ago of the Commission of Inquiry that has been announced, and it will be led by Justice Aruna Jagadisan to probe into Vijay Rally stampede deaths. What had happened? What were the turn of events? What led to such a scale of this tragedy? Vijay reportedly came 6 hours later. People had been standing all that while waiting to catch a glimpse of their favorite superstar, now turned Neta. And that is when the problem started escalating. There wasn't enough water. There weren't enough ambulances. There weren't enough essentials that should have been in place to manage a crowd this big. Crowd management, of course, was a huge failure. Was it also a failure on the part of the cops, or an apathy of this scale that led to such a loss of lives? Let me cut across to Pramod, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast, especially on the latest information that has come in of the probe that has been ordered, the Commission of Inquiry to be led by Justice Aruna Jagadisan to probe this matter. And Naninar, Nagendra and
After the
Annamalai...
unfortunate incident that occurred in Karur today, and Vijay, who has left Trichy, it was like expected for him to speak to at least, what exactly happened, express his condolence, but Vijay did not do it over there. And amidst this, Vijay has returned to Chennai, and we are currently at the airport. This is a VVIP entrance where actually Vijay is presently. His vehicle just entered, and inside that particular spot is what Vijay's vehicle is going to come over. There is high security at this location at this point, and we are expecting him to return anytime. Unfortunately, today what happened is that at Karur, he was holding his campaign at that point. Even by the time he reached over there, it was extremely late, several hours late. And even though the permission from TVK was for 10,000 people, close to 50, and they were expecting 50,000 people, the visuals show that there should be people in lakhs over there, and that area was not that much it's a suitable place for that much people to gather at this point. And unfortunately, the report by the DMK MLA Senthil Balaji confirmed that 31 people, including children and women, died. And this is extremely unfortunate. And what happened immediately is that Senthil Balaji has reached the hospital, and various people were brought through ambulances over there, and the biggest complaint was that the ambulances could not move through the crowd. In fact, this was very much evident as Vijay, who reached the spot, he was requesting the public to move and give way for the ambulance, but even everything was delayed over there. In fact, Vijay had to go ahead and also announce from the campaign vehicle itself that one 9-year-old girl had went missing, and he requested his carers to actually help the people to find the missing child. But it looked like the tragedy has expanded too much that we are expecting. We've been told that 31 people have died, including women and children. However, the number, unfortunately, is to expand. In fact, this led to the Chief Minister immediately hold a meeting with the Chief Secretary and other leaders of the other senior officials of the Tamil Nadu government, post which the Chief Minister, who was expected to leave to Karur yesterday, he decided and changed the plan by which he is leaving to Karur by 1 a.m. flight. And as we here at Chennai airport, we are also hearing the turbine engines shutting down of Vijay's plane at the spot. And this is the place where you could see over there, everybody are waiting for Vijay to say something, because here in Trichy, even though he was expected to speak, he did not speak over there. And that is why everybody are waiting over here for Vijay to say something. As we speak, the engines to his aircraft has been switched off, turned off, and we are expecting any time Vijay to come to this spot. And already security has been beefed up at this location, and his vehicle has also entered the airport inside the VVIP entrance, and we are expecting Vijay to exit any time now. The officials here, the police and the CASF officials are getting ready.
All right, Pramod, they're getting us the latest details of what is happening at the airport and whether Vijay would give a live soundbite on camera. In the meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, who's announced commission of inquiry to be led by Justice Aruna Jagadisan to probe into Vijay Rally Stampede deaths, Naninar, Nagendra and Annamalai, who are also set to visit Karur tomorrow. Let's get further details from my colleague Anaga, who stays with us on the broadcast with regards to the commission of inquiry that has been set up already, and of course who all from BJP are set to visit Karur tomorrow.
Well, in fact, tomorrow we hear Nagendran, who heads the BJP in Tamil Nadu, and Annamalai, both of them will be leaving to Karur tomorrow to meet with the families of victims. Apart from that, we have an update that's coming in. Tamil Nadu ADGP Law and Order Davidson is on his way to Karur. In fact, we also heard from other top sources in Tamil Nadu Police Department that a call on a possibility of an FIR or a complaint against those responsible for the stampede will be taken tomorrow. Whether it will be Vijay or whether it will be the organizers of that particular political rally, that call will be taken tomorrow post the medical treatment. Sources in the government and in the police department tell India Today that at the moment, the top focus is only on the medical treatment. In fact, the post-mortem of those bodies are actually underway. After the post-mortem is done and the report is out, that is when a call on a possibility of a complaint or an FIR will be taken, is what we believe. In fact, top leadership from Tamil Nadu is on the way. We believe that at around 12:15 is when Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu will be flying out to Karur. He is expected to land there by around 2 o'clock. His other set of cabinet colleagues are already there in Karur, is what we hear. In fact, truly devastating visuals that we are seeing at the moment from Karur. Little children, 8 little children, Suesha, that we are hearing have lost their lives. 16 women, all in all, 38 people have lost their lives in this absolutely brutal, tragic accident that has happened in Karur. There are people crying their hearts out, bereaving and grieving the death of their loved ones for absolutely no fault of theirs. One of the most darkest days in Tamil Nadu, with seeing 38 people lose their lives for absolutely no fault of theirs.
Absolutely, Anaka, and some of those pictures that have been so heartbreaking to see that is the reality. A helpless mother who was lying next to her lifeless son, and so many of those women and children who've suffered the most in the last few hours. Let me go to my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Nagarjun, of course, we are also tracking Pramod's camera very, very carefully to see if Vijay comes out, gives a live soundbite on camera, whether he answers the questions that the media puts at him, because even his response came in so late through a post where he's of course expressed deepest condolences. But, lots of questions on the accountability, on how TVK and Vijay will own up to what has happened.
Well, absolutely tragic, and time is running away from Vijay. The more delay it has, then it loses meaning. He has just tweeted about condolences, saying that I'm shattered, my heart is shattered. It's too little, too late. If Vijay stops, if Vijay doesn't make any statement. He's landed in Chennai airport, but hasn't made it. It's unfortunate, tragic incident that has occurred. Vijay needs to take accountability. We have seen request letters from TVK saying that people would have, but more than 25,000 people have gathered in a small junction. Just 2 days back, in the same location, EPF had done a rally, is what we are told, and that went on smoothly. But now, when Vijay heard the news, he was in Tirchi airport, which is just 1.5 hours away from the itself. Vijay should have turned his car around and instead of boarding the plane, should have gone to the government hospitals, spoken to all the casualties, families there, as to what he could offer them. In fact, all of them just came to see of the favorite neta or favorite actor. And now worship has turned into a nightmare to most families. 37 people, including children, have lost their lives in this tragic incident. Now, waiting for Vijay or his teammates to make some statement to issue condolences. Chief Minister is reaching Karur by 2 a.m. tonight. Early morning, that's tomorrow, 2 a.m. is what we are told. Delegation of BJP led by Nainar Nagendra, President, and Annamalai are reaching by 2 p.m. Annamalai is in Sri Lanka as we speak. He's cutting short his trip and landing in Madurai, and from there we'll drive to Karur. And Deputy Chief Minister Udaynithi Staliin is also out of the country. He is returning to Chennai in the morning by 6. He will be rushing to Karur by 8 a.m. is what we are told. So the whole government, opposition, as well as the BJP and the Congress party in Tamil Nadu are showing its presence in Karur. There's one party which is running away from accountability, and that's TVK, Vijay's TVK. Till now, not a single leader, not a district secretary, not a booth-level committee member, no one has gone to the hospital to see if they can extend help, if they can be with the grieving family, to issue condolences, to stand with the family members at this point of time. Unfortunately, the action is not seen.
Oh yes, absolutely, Nagarjun, and we continue to keep a close eye on every single development coming in. Of course, Vijay, who will exit the airport in a couple of minutes from now. So we slip into a short commercial break at this point. We'll be back on the other side getting you the very latest. Do stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, Moto. Do the moto moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में, जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन्ड फॉर सुकून।
We're in the city of Jaipur to interview our next guest for Unpolitics. Is the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Bhajan Lal Sharma.
पहले तो ये बताइए, आपको पता था आप सीएम बनने वाले हैं?
किसी भी कार्यकर्ता को किसी भी सीट्स पद पर काम करने का उसको मौका मिल सकता है।
कैसे थे आप एबीवीपी में? दबंगी टाइप थे या दिमाग लगाते थे? अग्रेसिव थे? नहीं।
अगर आपका विषय अच्छा है तो अग्रेसिव भी होना चाहिए।
भजन लाल शर्मा जी की ऑपोजिशन से ज्यादा बनती है, अपनी पार्टी में कम बनती है राजस्थान में। ऐसे बनती है ऑपोजिशन से? अशोक गहलोत के साथ थोड़ी हंसी मजाक होता है?
विपक्ष सरकार की ताकत होता है, लेकिन मुद्दे अच्छे हों।
Hello, Moto. Do the moto moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 25 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 23 and minimum 21 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
And we shift our focus back to Vijay's Karur rally, where the stampede broke out, and finally Vijay has now broken his silence. He has put out a post that reads, and I quote, "My heart is shattered. I am in unbearable, indescribable pain and sorrow. I express my deepest condolences and sympathies to the families of my beloved brothers and sisters who lost their lives in Karur. I pray for the speedy recovery of those receiving treatment in the hospital." That's the message that is coming from the... And we shift our focus back to Vijay's Karur rally, where the stampede broke out, and finally Vijay has now broken his silence. He has put out a post that reads, and I quote, "My heart is shattered. I am in unbearable, indescribable pain and sorrow. I express my deepest condolences and sympathies to the families of my beloved brothers and sisters who lost their lives in Karur. I pray for the speedy recovery of those receiving treatment in the hospital." That's the message that is coming from the TVK chief. Hours after the tragedy unfolded, and while we had literally seen a response from all top leaders, Vijay, who had gone silent. It was his supporters, it was his fans, it was those who had come out to get a glimpse of him, who had gathered at that rally. But Vijay left from Karur. He caught a flight from Trichy to Chennai, and now that he's landed, he's finally issued a response. He's broken his silence. He's put out a post, that tweet that reads, and I quote, "My heart is shattered. I am in unbearable, indescribable pain and sorrow. I express my deepest condolences and sympathies to the families of my beloved brothers and sisters who lost their lives in Karur. I pray for the speedy recovery of those receiving treatment in the hospital." That is the first response that has come in from Neta Vijay, at whose rally this entire tragedy unfolded. And while other Netas are making their way to Karur, he instead fled from there. He caught a flight from Trichy to Chennai, the flight that has just landed a short while ago. This as 38 people have lost their lives in Karur. Remember, this is where the official death toll stands, but it could be higher. More than 50 people who are critically injured. They are undergoing treatment. And Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who is catching a flight in an hour from now to make his way to Karur to meet with the victims. They've also announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees for the families of deceased. But this being the situation, as the DMK is monitoring every single development on the ground, Vijay, who's issued that first response. Let me cut across to Pramod, joining us live on the broadcast. Pramod, that response that finally came in, the response that everybody had been waiting for. And even in this response, of course, he said that he is in indescribable pain. He's expressed his deepest condolences and sympathies, but lots of answers to come in when it comes to accountability. Pramod.
Surely, Suisha, we are at Chennai airport currently, and we try to ask him these questions, especially about one bigger question that is being put forward is that, like, these were his fans who passed away, and why couldn't Vijay actually react at the earliest? Now he has given us a message stating that, his heart is shattered to know this, and his heart goes to all the people who have lost their life. But, it's like we simply say prevention is better than cure. But the terrible thing is that 31 lives have been lost, all in just one program. And these lives, like young lives, have been lost, and definitely accountability is something now we have to take. And on one side, Vijay did not react over there in Trichy airport. He did not also speak here. He came over his vehicle and he has just left. We've been told that there could be a police inquiry at his residence where the police will have to ask him what exactly happened over there, because as everybody who are critical have been taken to the hospital, and as we speak, they are undergoing treatment. Now is the next step as to find out what exactly happened, because the permission was sought for 10,000 people. The expected crowd was 50,000 people, but it looks like the crowds were in lakhs, and that's what led to such a situation, which means legally TVK is very much responsible for what happened over there. And then the issue falls over the police force as well, because such a large crowd, definitely the said number, police cannot mobilize just like that so many people to cover the crowd. So a lot of questions are to be answered. Now Vijay has finally broken his silence, and he...
All right, Pramod, stay on. Anaka is also with us on the broadcast. Anaka, do give us details of where exactly you're standing. And one thing being very clear, that Vijay panicked, TVK feared backlash, and which is why it took them a while to respond. While they may have responded, but important now is to what happens next in terms of cooperating in the investigation of what transpired at that rally.
Well, in fact, as far as the investigations are concerned, there has been a one-woman commission that's been set up by a retired judge. Aruna Jagadishan will be the one who will be probing the cause of this particular devastating incident that has happened. We also have a fresh update with regards to the death toll. 38 innocent lives have been killed in this particular devastating stampede incident, out of which 8 children have lost their lives. 16 women have lost their lives. Remember, that's the kind of devastating toll that we are talking about. In fact, Vijay has finally broken his silence about this matter, where he says that his heart is absolutely shattered and he's deeply in pain, and he's also offered his condolences. We believe Just a while back, he landed in Chennai airport from Trichy. Remember, there has been only a Twitter statement, nothing oral so far. He has not yet issued a video, release as to, he has not yet orally expressed condolences. That's the most disappointing fact, because for someone who is projecting himself as the chief ministerial candidate, he should have been the first one to express condolences and even acknowledge that this, or at least take accountability for what has happened. But nothing of that sort so far from Vijay. He has just put out a tweet. In fact, Vijay has been receiving extreme backlashes from all over regarding this particular incident, about the lack of acknowledgement and particularly delay in acknowledging what has happened. That's why Vijay, we believe, is receiving heavy backlash. On the other front, we also have Chief Minister Stalin. He will be reaching Karur by around 2 a.m. we believe. He held an urgent meeting with his chief secretaries. In fact, we also saw those visuals of his cabinet colleagues Anbil Mahesh, Sendil Balaji right there, including Health Minister Ma Subramaniam at the Karur Government Hospital. We also saw dramatic visuals of Education Minister Anbil Mahesh breaking down right after he met with those victims who lost, those injured, after he met the families of those who have lost their lives. In fact, the Tamil Nadu government has also announced an ex gratia of 10 lakh rupees per person for the victim, for the families of victims who have lost their lives. But no amount of financial compensation can really make up for the loss of lives. In fact, this particular commission will also probe as to what exactly was the cause for the stampede. Was it dereliction of duty on part of the police officers, or was it apathy on part of the government officers? What exactly led, or was it TVK, lack of preparedness on part of TVK that led to this particular mishap? All these angles will be probed by this particular commission. In fact, we are on our way to Karur. We will be reaching there. It's about a 7-hour drive from Chennai. We will be reaching there. But Chief Minister, he will be landing in Karur at 2 a.m. today, post which he will be meeting with the families of victims who have lost their lives.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Anagha, while Vijay has said that he's shattered and he expressed his deepest condolences, but will he also say that yes, TVK and I will take responsibility for what happened? Let's quickly give our viewers an overview of what has happened so far. Yes, in Tamil Nadu, Vijay's Karur rally that took a tragic turn. A stampede broke out due to a massive crowd surge, with at least 36 people feared dead, and that could have gone to 38 by now. Several more who are injured. TVK reportedly expected 10,000 people to come at that rally, but over 50,000 people gathered and could have touched a lakh or more. The venue's capacity was way lesser. The crowd control measures drastically inadequate. Opposition leaders and the public continued to raise questions over what really caused this tragedy. Were first aid supplies insufficient at the venue? Why couldn't standby ambulances reach the site? After more than 3 hours since the accident, Vijay has put out his first statement saying his heart is shattered and that he is in unbearable pain and sorrow.
இன்று TVK கட்சியினுடைய தலைவர் திரு விஜய் அவர்கள் கரூரிலே பொதுக்கூட்டத்திலே பேசிக் கொண்டிருந்த பொழுது கூட்ட நெரிசல் ஏற்பட்டு மூச்சு திணறி பல பேர் இறந்துள்ளதாக செய்திகள் வெளிவந்துள்ளன. பல பேர் மருத்துவமனையிலே சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகின்ற செய்தி வெளியாகியுள்ளது. இது மிகுந்த அதிர்ச்சியை ஏற்படுத்தியுள்ளது, மிகுந்த வேதனையும் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளது. மருத்துவமனையில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகின்றவர்களுக்கு அரசு உரிய முறையிலே சிகிச்சை அளித்து அவர்களை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும் என்று இந்த நேரத்தில் கேட்டு, இறந்தவர் குடும்பத்திற்கு எனது ஆழ்ந்த இரங்கலையும் வருத்தத்தையும் தெரிவித்ததோடு அரசு இறந்த குடும்பத்தாருக்கு நிவாரண உதவி வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
33 precious lives are lost and 67 are hospitalized, out of which almost 40 plus are in ICU. Looks like the situation is very grave, the Karur Stampede. But the sources from what we receive from the ground is many more are hospitalized in the private hospitals. Their numbers are not known. And the government machinery is struggling to meet up with the demands to handle these kinds of crises. Look like the state machinery is in a limbo to handle such crises, even though the ministers there give assurance saying that all is well in the hospital infrastructure. but the ground report that comes clearly shows that the hospital staffs are inadequate to handle such large numbers.
And those are the statements that have come in so far. You've heard from the DMK, from the AIDMK, from the BJP. TVK, of course, has been silent so far. Now, we understand that Vijay has reached Chennai. He took a flight from Trichy to Chennai. And next, of course, will be the focus on the police inquiry. Now, 38 people have lost their lives so far. That is where the death toll has reached. And all attention on the medical aid that is being extended at the hospital, which, remember, is overloaded because given the condition of these people and many of them who are critical, even the ICUs are saturated, and the DMK putting out a message that they have mobilized doctors from nearby districts, from private hospitals. They are trying every possible help that be extended to the families who are struggling. We've also seen pictures of the aftermath of that stampede. The police had to resort to lathi charge to be able to clear out those crowds, and a very, very tragic turn that this rally took. The unfortunate part that even the earlier rallies that Vijay led had seen borderline risky situations. But why is it that the TVK did not take cognizance? Why is it that they did not adhere to the norms that were set out by the cops, by the administration? In the past, TVK has leveled allegations against the DMK, saying that because they are political rivals, they were not allowing Vijay to hold these rallies. The police were stating these many reasons, saying that the safety of people is first and foremost. Vijay is a big crowd puller, and unless and until those crowds can be managed, that is the very basis of deciding whether permission should be granted or not. In today's incident, a letter that was submitted by the organizers to the cops saying that 10,000 people are what we are expecting as part of this rally. But what happened on the ground completely turned, because 50,000 or probably more than a lakh of people who turned out on the ground for that rally. In fact, some reports that also suggest that in a bid to catch a better glimpse of Vijay, people kept pushing each other more towards this open bus that you see, on the roof of which Vijay was standing and addressing those crowds. How it started? Reports came in of a 9-year-old who got separated from her family, who was lost in this crowd, and that is when Vijay made that announcement. He also realized that the situation is now turning unruly. He threw bottles of water towards the people. And now let me cut across to breaking news coming in. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, who's announced Commission of Inquiry to be led by Justice Aruna Jagadisan to probe into Vijay Rally Stampede deaths. Naninar, Nagendra and Annamalai will visit Karur tomorrow. This is the latest that is just coming in. As Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has made this announcement, my colleague Anaga, who got us details just a short while ago of the Commission of Inquiry that has been announced, and it will be led by Justice Aruna Jagadisan to probe into Vijay Rally Stampede deaths. What had happened? What were the turn of events? What led to such a scale of this tragedy? Vijay reportedly came 6 hours later. People had been standing all that while waiting to catch a glimpse of their favorite superstar, now turned Neta. And that is when the problem started escalating. There wasn't enough water. There weren't enough ambulances. There weren't enough essentials that should have been in place to manage a crowd this big. Crowd management, of course, was a huge failure. Was it also a failure on the part of the cops, or an apathy of this scale that led to such a loss of lives? Let me cut across to Pramod, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast, especially on the latest information that has come in of the probe that has been ordered, the Commission of Inquiry to be led by Justice Aruna Jagadisan to probe this matter. And Naninar, Nagendra and
After the
Annamalai...
unfortunate incident that occurred in Karur today, and Vijay, who has left Trichy, it was like expected for him to speak to at least, what exactly happened, express his condolence, but Vijay did not do it over there. And amidst this, Vijay has returned to Chennai, and we are currently at the airport. This is a VVIP entrance where actually Vijay is presently. His vehicle just entered, and inside that particular spot is what Vijay's vehicle is going to come over. There is high security at this location at this point, and we are expecting him to return anytime. Unfortunately, today what happened is that at Karur, he was holding his campaign at that point. Even by the time he reached over there, it was extremely late, several hours late. And even though the permission from TVK was for 10,000 people, close to 50, and they were expecting 50,000 people, actually, the visuals show that there should be people in lakhs over there, and that area was not that much it's a suitable place for that much people to gather at this point. And unfortunately, the report by the DMK MLA Senthil Balaji confirmed that 31 people, including children and women, died. And this is extremely unfortunate. And what happened immediately is that Senthil Balaji has reached the hospital, and various people were brought through ambulances over there, and the biggest complaint was that the ambulances could not move through the crowd. In fact, this was very much evident as Vijay, who reached the spot, he was requesting the public to move and give way for the ambulance, but even everything was delayed over there. In fact, Vijay had to go ahead and also announce from the campaign vehicle itself that one 9-year-old girl had went missing, and he requested his carers to actually help the people to find the missing child. But it looked like the tragedy has expanded too much that we are expecting. We've been told that 31 people have died, including women and children. However, the number, unfortunately, is to expand. In fact, this led to the Chief Minister immediately hold a meeting with the Chief Secretary and other leaders of the of other senior officials of the Tamil Nadu government, post which the Chief Minister, who was expected to leave to Karur yesterday, he decided and changed the plan by which he is leaving to Karur by 1 a.m. flight. And as we here at Chennai airport, we are also hearing the turbine engines shutting down of Vijay's plane at the spot. And this is the place where you could see over there, everybody are waiting for Vijay to say something, because here in Trichy, even though he was expected to speak, he did not speak over there. And that is why everybody are waiting over here for Vijay to say something. As we speak, the engines to his aircraft has been switched off, turned off, and we are expecting any time Vijay to come to this spot. And already security has been beefed up at this location, and his vehicle has also entered the airport inside the VVIP entrance, and we are expecting Vijay to exit any time now. The officials here, the police and the CASF officials are getting ready.
All right, Pramod, they're getting us the latest details of what is happening at the airport and whether Vijay would give a live soundbite on camera. In the meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, who's announced commission of inquiry to be led by Justice Aruna Jagadisan to probe into Vijay Rally Stampede deaths, Naninar, Nagendra and Annamalai, who are also set to visit Karur tomorrow. Let's get further details from my colleague Anaga, who stays with us on the broadcast with regards to the commission of inquiry that has been set up already, and of course who all from BJP are set to visit Karur tomorrow.
Well, in fact, tomorrow we hear Nagendran, who heads the BJP in Tamil Nadu, and Annamalai, both of them will be leaving to Karur tomorrow to meet with the families of victims. Apart from that, we have an update that's coming in. Tamil Nadu ADGP Law and Order Davidson is on his way to Karur. In fact, we also heard from other top sources in Tamil Nadu Police Department that a call on a possibility of an FIR or a complaint against those responsible for the stampede will be taken tomorrow. Whether it will be Vijay or whether it will be the organizers of that particular political rally, that call will be taken tomorrow post the medical treatment. Sources in the government and in the police department tell India Today that at the moment, the top focus is only on the medical treatment. In fact, the post-mortem of those bodies are actually underway. After the post-mortem is done and the report is out, that is when a call on a possibility of a complaint or an FIR will be taken, is what we believe. In fact, top leadership from Tamil Nadu is on the way. We believe that at around 12:15 is when Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu will be flying out to Karur. He is expected to land there by around 2 o'clock. His other set of cabinet colleagues are already there in Karur, is what we hear. In fact, truly devastating visuals that we are seeing at the moment from Karur. Little children, 8 little children, Suesha, that we are hearing have lost their lives. 16 women, all in all, 38 people have lost their lives in this absolutely brutal, tragic accident that has happened in Karur. There are people crying their hearts out, bereaving and grieving the death of their loved ones for absolutely no fault of theirs. One of the most darkest days in Tamil Nadu, with seeing 38 people lose their lives for absolutely no fault of theirs.
Absolutely, Anaka, and some of those pictures that have been so heartbreaking to see that is the reality. A helpless mother who was lying next to her lifeless son, and so many of those women and children who've suffered the most in the last few hours. Let me go to my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Nagarjun, of course, we are also tracking Pramod's camera very, very carefully to see if Vijay comes out, gives a live soundbite on camera, whether he answers the questions that the media puts at him, because even his response came in so late through a post where he's of course expressed deepest condolences. But, lots of questions on the accountability, on how TVK and Vijay will own up to what has happened.
Well, absolutely tragic, and time is running away from Vijay. The more delay it has, then it loses meaning. He has just tweeted about condolences, saying that I'm shattered, my heart is shattered. It's too little, too late. If Vijay stops, if Vijay doesn't make any statement. He's landed in Chennai airport, but hasn't made it. It's unfortunate, tragic incident that has occurred. Vijay needs to take accountability. We have seen request letters from TVK saying that people would have, but more than 35,000 people have gathered in a small junction. Just 2 days back, in the same location, EPF had done a rally, is what we are told, and that went on smoothly. But now, when Vijay heard the news, he was in Tirchi airport, which is just 1.5 hours away from the itself. Vijay should have turned his car around and instead of boarding the team, should have gone to the government hospitals, spoken to all the casualties, families there, as to what he could offer them. In fact, all of them just came to see of the favorite Neta or favorite actor. And now worship has turned into a nightmare to most families. 37 people, including children, have lost their lives in this tragic incident. Now, waiting for Vijay or his teammates to make some statement to issue condolences. Chief Minister is reaching Karur by 2 a.m. tonight. Early morning, that's tomorrow, 2 a.m. is what we are told. Delegation of BJP led by Nainar Nagendra, President, and Annamalai are reaching by 2 p.m. Annamalai is in Sri Lanka as we speak. He's cutting short his trip and landing in Madurai, and from there we'll drive to Karur. And Deputy Chief Minister Udaynithi Stalian is also out of the country. He is returning to Chennai in the morning by 6. He will be rushing to Karur by 8 a.m. is what we are told. So the whole government, opposition, as well as the BJP and the Congress party in Tamil Nadu are showing its presence in Karur. There's one party which is running away from accountability, and that's TVK, Vijay's TVK. Till now, not a single leader, not a district secretary, not a booth-level committee member, no one has gone to the hospital to see if they can extend help, if they can be with the grieving family, to issue condolences, to stand with the family members at this point of time. Unfortunately, the action is not seen.
Oh yes, absolutely, Nagarjun, and we continue to keep a close eye on every single development coming in. Of course, Vijay, who will exit the airport in a couple of minutes from now. So we slip into a short commercial break at this point. We'll be back on the other side getting you the very latest. Do stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, Moto. Do the moto moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
सुकून से मुलाकात कब होती है? जब गुनगुनाती बारिश को पहली बार गले लगाते हो। शायद सर्द वादियों में जब गरम कंबल से रूह सेकते हो। या शायद उस पल में जो बिना शोर किए बहुत कुछ कह जाता है। सुकून के हर पहलू से कीजिए मुलाकात हिंदवेयर के साथ। हिंदवेयर, डिजाइन्ड फॉर सुकून।
We're in the city of Jaipur to interview our next guest for Unpolitics is the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Bhajan Lal Sharma.
पहले तो ये बताइए, आपको पता था आप सीएम बनने वाले हैं?
किसी भी कार्यकर्ता को किसी भी सीट्स पर काम करने का उसको मौका मिल सकता है।
कैसे थे आप एबीवीपी में? दबंगी टाइप थे या दिमाग लगाते थे? अग्रेसिव थे? नहीं।
अगर आपका विषय अच्छा है तो अग्रेसिव भी होना चाहिए।
भजन लाल शर्मा जी की ऑपोजिशन से ज्यादा बनती है, अपनी पार्टी में कम बनती है राजस्थान में। ऐसे बनती है ऑपोजिशन से? अशोक गहलोत के साथ थोड़ी हंसी मजाक होता है?
विपक्ष सरकार की ताकत होता है, लेकिन मुद्दे अच्छे हों।
Hello, Moto. Do the moto moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 25 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 23 and minimum 21 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
And we shift our focus back to Vijay's Karur rally, where the stampede broke out, and finally Vijay has now broken his silence. He has put out a post that reads, and I quote, "My heart is shattered. I am in unbearable, indescribable pain and sorrow. I express my deepest condolences and sympathies to the families of my beloved."